Come again. Oh, your group is ready. Oh, wow, very good. So here we have a group. I'll be using this one. Okay, thank you. We have a group that will present you first. Please come in front and then present. So we need to give you time. You'll be presenting for how many minutes do you think? 10. 10 minutes. And 10 minutes for questions.
So the presentation is
Oh. First of all, you introduce your group, and before you present, okay, because everyone knows.
okay. Initially, we used a lot of balls this morning. Again, let me say, this one is good. We put our presentation in a general jargon. Okay, see, yes, okay.
Timekeeper, right? You need timekeeper. They allow 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, let's stop them, and then we start receiving questions. Q&A. Your floor is yours, my friend.
Yes.
Oh.
But since the IT specialist is trying to present our work on the phone, we can start with our introduction first. So again, let me say good morning, fellow colleagues, good morning.
Good morning.
And of course, I'm happy to be here this morning because we all went to bed last night and all of us were wishing to see this day. Well, they are dead and gone. It is not because we are so important, but it is by grace and mercy that we are still alive.
Amen.
So we are happy to be here. My name is Group 5. I'm the presenter of Group 5. In Group 5, there are 5 members. These are all veterans. Yesterday, we sat for over 3 hours. And so last night again, we have another online meeting. We see how long we can put our culture together. We are still in the advanced stage. So the little idea we all developed last night to decide today, based upon what our facilitator said, we decided to share in with our police and wherever necessary corrections, recommendations will be made, should take that into consideration. Most especially those from the health background. Remember, we all here we have a different field of studies. So those from the health background, they'll take that into consideration as well. The technologies that will be using if it is not the right one. After all, you have to correct us. So I think you go ahead today. We are happy to be here at the of our group number 5. And I'm honored to actually present on our project. We sat together yesterday, and there were a few projects that we came up with. So based upon
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, should be starting with
yeah, that's a topic. So there were several projects that we came up with yesterday, but from our suggestions and recommendations that we came up with, we selected one project from those projects. And the project that we actually came up with was reducing teenage pregnancy within Gasabo district here in Rwanda by 2030 through the empowerment of adolescent girls and teenage mothers. So this is our main objective, our statement. The key part of this is to reduce teenage pregnancy rate in Gasabo district by 2030 through the empowerment of adolescent girls and teenage mothers. This is our 5 years plan of action from 2026, 27, 28, 29. It's 30. So this is our plan of action, our main objective. It's what we developed yesterday as team. So to make this project to work properly, what we actually did was we used what we call the logical framework, and not only that, but also our M and EL system. These are things that we use to make sure our project can be able to achieve its objective, as mentioned here, reducing teenage pregnancy rate in Gasabo district by 2030 through the empowerment of adolescent girls and teenage mothers. So I will explain in a more common way for every one of us to understand. And after since we have 5 members of this group, my other colleagues will also be able to broadcast me the process as we all go ahead. So this is our monitoring and evaluation learning plan of our logical framework. It is a roadmap of our project. So there are key things that we actually identify for which we develop this project. The first is, how do we want to achieve what we mentioned about in our statement, reducing teenage pregnancy rate in Gasabo district by 2030? The next way, how will we do it? How will we go about doing what we mentioned about? And after that, how will we measure our sources into this? And where will we get our proof? Because what all we mentioned here, the data that we collected will not just sit together as team to guess. But there were data that we collected, we decided to bring to you. So about our impact, we have our outcome. Improve economic self-resilience of adolescent girls and teenage mothers. So this is actually developed into 5 levels from the highest goal down to the daily activities. We all know about the impact, the output, the input, the activities, the indicators. So from our outcome, we have improved economic resilience of adolescent girls and teenage mothers. Reducing pregnancy in Gasabo district about 2032 education, skills, and support. What this means, we want the whole community. Again, we want the whole community to change by the year 2030. We mentioned about 2030 because we believe that in the year 2030, we want for the entire community to change, taking into consideration reducing teenage pregnancy. We improve economic self-resilience of adolescent girls and then teenage mothers. So how we go about doing it? The output. We talk about vocational and entrepreneurship skills training. In achieving our goal for our output, in order to reduce the issue of teenage pregnancy, as team or heads, or as a group or institution, NGO or organization, we will organize a vocational and entrepreneurship skills training to make sure we can help to empower, to make sure we can help to empower them, give them the opportunity. Because that's the only way they open their eyes to make sure that, because if they are trained, if they are educated, and we provide opportunities for them, what we are observing here from now to 2030, it will actually reduce because of the vocational training opportunity, the entrepreneurship opportunity you also provide for them. Alternatives. Enroll girls in vocational training. So as we have thought about achieving our objective or our goal, we take into consideration the number of girls that we will actually be targeting within the community. So we observe that it is already on an increase, but by 2030, we want to reduce it. So what we do, we enroll more girls in the vocational training program. And that get selected to take few of them. But we observe that if the number is very huge, at the end of the day, we will actually achieve our target or our goal we mentioned about for 2030. Again, here we provide entrepreneurship training. Indicator name, the number reduction in teenage pregnancy. So from this, it will actually reduce. Baseline is 8%. And our target is 5 years. It's a 5 years program that will actually develop. The means of verification. So we want that demographic household survey report 2030 and land evaluation. Assumption and risks. Government continues prioritizing adolescent health. Responsible, the M&E manager. So here, reduction in school. The number of adolescent girls, teen mothers earning a stable income through employment and income generating activities. So again, number of adolescent girls and teen mothers earning a stable income through employment or income generating activities. These are all roadmap guiding our project because we want to achieve our target 2030. So in doing this, these are activities that we believe the number of adolescent girls and teen mothers earning is a stable income through employment or income generating activities. Number of adolescent girls and teen mothers with resilient income. Number of adolescent girls and teen mothers with increased income. Adolescent girls completed vocational training. So let's take an example for the baseline. We had about 400,000. Is that 400,000 or 4,000? Adolescent girls completed vocational training. And adolescent girls are taking the training. So from here, the number that we came up with, we also conclude with it from here. We will see amount. So we get our target. The target is 5 years. We believe 30% here will be 30% also. And from here, the number of adolescent girls and teen mothers will increase income 70%. Adolescent girls completed vocational training. We have 5,000. And when adolescent girls attended the training, again, 5,000. The means of verification, training reports, airline reports, income survey. Again, the means of verification, these are means that we actually use from the what we said. We don't just start to develop this framework or this project to come and present it. But there were means of verification. We did our survey, we were able to do our research to come and present data to everyone of us. So we say the means of verification have the Rwanda demographic also survey report 2030. For those who have their phone, you can 1 minute for this. Yeah. 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute. Wow. The Rwanda demographic also survey report 2030. The airline don't have the training reports. If you have your phone, you just Google it, and you will get this report we're talking about here. The Rwanda demographic also survey report 2030. And you get the report, the people who get all the information that we gather from there. The training reports, airline reports, income survey, these are all means of verification that we gather to come and present to you. We have the risk, the government continues prioritizing adolescent health. We also need to do more about this. Treat beneficiaries, apply skills, markets to be accessible. Limited access to income-related opportunities due to low literacy level. Treat beneficiaries, apply skills. Women of adolescent girls and teen mothers who attend vocational. These are all risks. We came up with assumption all risks that we all came up because we believe that if these things are not addressed, they will be very difficult for us to actually achieve our objective we mentioned about. So responsible, these are all new manager, the new manager was mentioned about the frequency, having there already. So I think so far so good. Let me just say over to some of the 5 persons in this group. Let me give my colleagues the opportunity for 1 minute. Also buttress what I said, then we can come up with questions and answer, please. Yeah, police, yeah, my colleague, yeah, just about 6 minutes. Yeah, okay.
6 seconds.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
What will indicate that please start? Please select the camera.
My name is Shamali Rekasi. Part of the team which has done this work. I'm going to present our educators. As you can see, we have
Throw up.
That is the educator ID. Then we have going to give the name of some indicators, that is percentage. Then we define the indicators in percentage of adolescent, percentage of kids and young mothers, unit measures, survey reports. So here let's see.
Which one? Yeah.
Then the data source, there is survey, completion reports, data collection method. We realize that we are going to use survey, using layers,
Sorts of identity. Okay.
Then about requests, we have judge and the civil advert. That's how we propose. And the responsible person will be made management. That's what we have on the reference. Let's go for
What to the next step?
go up. For evaluation plan, as you can see, we have evaluation type. One is baseline. The project is one kind of the baseline. When you are running the baseline, you have to be getting questions. One is what is the current media pregnancy rate. Then the second question is what is the current major school dropout? That is the question to ask guidance with the evaluation. Then the method we are going to use is experiential. Some tools like focus group discussion. For data source, we are expecting to have survey, targeting the adolescent girls in schools from or in marking the participants or beneficiaries of the project. Then we are going to use some of the district reports, which will give us 10 centers reports, schools reports. So it's one of the data source we're going to use. Timeline, we're expecting this to be done by the end of June 2026. The responsible person, they have sent new officer at the project team. Then another type of evaluation we have is medical evaluation. And also, we have also the guiding questions like to what extent has economic self-reliance improved among beneficiaries. So remember on the project we have one of the output, outcome related to the economic self-reliance of this teenager mothers and adolescents. So this one of the questions going to help us, and we are going to use the mixed method with the tools, focus group discussion, and interview. Our data source is survey, beneficiary surveys, monitoring reports, business related reports, also district reports. So this will help us to have enough information about whether we have achieved the outcomes of the project. Also, on the plan, we are expecting this one to be done. Question 8. The responsible person, as you can see, they have made officer and the project team. The second question we have it's addressing guaranteed sustainable income opportunity, which is kind of the outcome increasing improve self-reliance, economic self-reliance of adolescent girls and the teen mothers. Then another question has access to education, vocational training increased. This is another indication leading to one of the outcomes we have. The next group, this mixed method, it's the method we are going to use also, the tools and focus group and the interview. The same, the data source, the non-tariff survey, beneficial survey, those records, so don't help us know whether this outcome has achieved. And later, we are going to do also the district reports. On timeline, as you can see, that's what we planned. Then another question has access to youth training on sexual reproduction health services improved. This is one of the outcomes we have also to improve the youth-friendly sexual reproduction health services. So we are going to use the method also, mixed method. Here we focus on healthy facilities records, beneficial survey to know whether if we have achieved that outcome. No. So another type we have final evaluation or India evaluation. Regarding question we have there is the project that achieve its overall outcomes. Another thing, which objectives were fully achieved, which were not. We are going to identify on our outcome levels which was achieved fully or which was not achieved and we look why. Also, we are going to use the mixed method that tools interview. But as I can continue, here we are going to have focus group discussion on the participants of the beneficiaries, and we shall interview the focal person, key focal person, to know whether the project has achieved. Yeah. Another Question: what were the major success and lesson learned? Use also this method. We are going to look on the project report, because that report, so here as if we have succeeded, if not. So okay. So we're expecting this one to be done. Sorry, but it's okay. Yeah. For the responsible person, there we have projecting the general and the chief officer. Please. Please. We have not done very risky, but those are very risky. We realize that we can process sexual reproduction health consequences that can affect our implementation of the project. Rather, sexual resistance behavior change. Also, we realize that this can be
Thank you very much. So, questions? Yeah, just stay there.
Yeah.
Everyone come here. The group members.
Yeah, everyone.
You need to come here. Then be able to solve the question. Question? Surprisingly, there's no question.
One question, yeah.
Thank you for the thank you for nice that everyone is dedicating his time to think about the reduction of pregnancy. I think we shall be there. So, and food workers effective as well, because it's one of the districts having higher the pregnancy rate. So, for further for further cuts as they are finishing their projects, I think there are a few elements to consider from the activities. Their focus was on the teen matters, like the girls, sorry, go down on the activities. A lot of girls in like it's there, a lot of girls in professional training.
Oh, yes.
Then provide entrepreneurship trainings. I didn't see where the teen mothers appearing because they stated the girls only. But on the internet level, I saw teen pregnancies in example among adolescents, girls, and teen mothers. So I was curious to know where the teen mothers were alone, because at the beginning they started with the girls. Unless those girls included the adolescent and teen mothers. So for consistent mother, it's better at the activity level, your beneficiaries are clear and they will stay throughout the process. Otherwise, measuring the impact among the adolescent and the girls, while your investment were in the girls, I may ask myself where are coming those teen mothers. Because we are reducing the teen pregnancies, it means our focus will stay at the girls, adolescent girls, not including the teen mothers.
Taking notes? Yeah. Make sure you
Second element, I think, as a medical doctor, Training a girl on vocational training and entrepreneurship alone cannot contribute to the reduction of teen pregnancy, but like alone. We need to invest in other capacity so that the gain skills in from the professional trainings and entrepreneurship can sustain and reduce those teen pregnancies. For instance, if you train that girl, adolescent girl, on vocational training, and she fails to get employment as soon as possible, someone will prevent her. Either because of that property or she's missing some sexual and reproductive information. That's why I will advise in your activities, you can maybe specify why they are going to be trained on vocational training and apprenticeship trainings. They need to get other skills so that they can say no for someone who will come closer to them. It's like empowerment in other sense, so that though I know how to make my hairdressing and so on, but I have those behavior skills as well to say no or to use condom properly, because I may not say no, but I need to protect myself. So for us to handle our impact, we need to pack our vocational training with other skills and knowledge so that we know like our impact will be reduced. Another element may be
So here we put other skills.
other
plus
skills
awareness.
like vocational trainings plus other health information for instance.
Okay.
So that
evaluation. The question you asked. I like the question you asked for baseline, and also I like the way you always link questions with the evaluation, meaning that you really participated in the last session where we discussed result-based content. That was very good. For midterm evaluation, we are still implementing. So the way you ask the questions, it's like you are now at the end of the program, you don't feel you still implementing. So maybe you should be asking how far are we just in the way to achieve those results. Also, stressing or highlighting whether there are facing challenges that is impeding sound implementation, and also asking the proposal of how those challenges can be addressed. Those are the main key, benefits of midterm. And also highlighting whether, just to know whether there should be any event that was not present during the baseline that can prevent from having a sound or ongoing implementation. That's the reason why I'll maybe I'll spend 30 minutes discussing evaluation. Maybe next if you allow. Of course, allowing it to do so will be this will be possible if we do other things fast, so that we just stay applying for that. And then when you say to what extent, I know we have questions. I will also talk out on the questions. Yeah, because we have different types of questions, depending on the other question, the question for questions. We have a different way of asking questions. Okay, so midterm evaluation, the key point we need to be taking from this discussion is that we are still implementing. We need to be questioning whether we are still on track, whether we are facing challenges that can be addressed, or whether we are facing challenges that we cannot address, so that we ask stakeholders to stop, to have intervention. Do you get that? Yes. Thank you for that's for saying. And again, for to be practical, we need to be choosing questions. That's practice. Yeah, because the more you take more questions, the more expensive the evaluation will be. Yeah. District report. You've been setting district report. That's a good. But can you specify maybe for education something? Is that education or capacity?
Yeah, for raising the issue of matter. Yeah. Only we are looking at response. One is for those who are out of zone, a correction zone. For those who are in zone, formal education, and also needing them to eager to become generating activity. Yes. We thought that those three response can be stored very short for team mothers who are not employed, but who have the responsibility to take care of all.
Yes, but can we? Where can we find those information? Is that information?
Yeah.
Is it the district report?
District report. Yeah, there is where we put secondary data, but also we put so many.
Okay, so for the sake of time,
Many sources.
okay, go and then think through which which district records we shall be consulting.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I trying to say that we are, stating specific data source. It should be something that even people who are reading, they have to check on that data source to get exact information of what there. Like for the issue of data source. Yeah, are you saying we should say there is a specific area that we focus from that even someone who is reading the report, if they go there, will also get the same information?
Yeah, I'm saying this is report. Here will be getting information on access to education, whether the access has been increased. Which report in the district report, because district is like a wide. Yeah, we need maybe it should be under which department.
Okay.
Yeah.
They will want our community health survey.
If there is a survey, it's okay. If there is an administrative report, they are putting together information on a quarterly basis or whatever. So we need to listen. Because sometimes the one who designed this, it should not be, may not be the one who will be using it. That's their continuing implementation. It's going to be specific. Okay, another. So when I make those points, it's for everyone, not only for final evaluation, which this is that question. Final evaluation. So before we go there, for me, I will maybe take this one because to what extent is this question? Some people don't like that because it's not. Semicolon here, and then this invents all the thing. Because as a person again, this is what let's do. Just go for points. And then those three be under this if this applies. Okay, go down here. Oh, okay, then. I like this one. Okay. I like this one because you need to be collecting the success stories and lesson learned. But which objective were fully achieved and which were not. So this can be responded like the marathon without just commissioning preparation. So it's obvious. So maybe you should be thinking of something else. But here I have a question. What about sustainability? Yeah. No, they have built capacities for the teen mothers and girls, but now the work that was that have been done over the last 5 years.
Yeah, normally
what will be the take?
Normally for some projects we conduct with the crop sustainability plan when we the following year when we conduct the activity.
But when evaluation, you need to have information collected from the exercise of evaluation. You need to have a question on that.
Yes.
You're asking, you've been trained. Now the support is over. How could you manage? How will you manage to keep the pace you want in? So this is something you need to be going through and undertaking. So sustainability is something which is crucial for this specific evaluation. Otherwise, I commend this work and thank you for that. The one, the last one, for the list. Okay, this.
Yes.
I like it. I prefer to have the third summaries. Go for the list. But the list, you need to link them with the logical framework. I have not done this one. Yes. I like the weak enforcement.
Yes.
But when you go to the logical framework, there's where you say, we assume that this will be attending, which has that link. Make sure there is that consistent link. Don't contradict yourselves. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we learned a lot from them, right? One question before we move on. I think those are the practice. Practice we're looking for.
Yes.
Someone who has not spoken, you. I wanted to make sure I'm straight I'm now meeting your expectation on the practice. Yes? Thank you. Okay, next one, next group. Let's go. Let's go. Fine. Yes. And that's the room for calm. The room of calm because if I want to get the international organization, no government where they, but as I say, there's no global standards. But the sea separation is costly, expensive. They have to have fewer. There is someone who has spoken about separation. I can't see here. Oh, let me stay there because it's very important. Oh. But when you are stating your group, don't forget to add to supply which color are you.
It's not false.
You are likely to drop by the color. You are blue, right? No, you are green. Green. Yes.
One team of the green.
Exactly.
It's one team from the green. Is it one team from the green or the whole green?
No, we have many teams from green. It's actually some teams. You. Start of blue.
Did you say?
Share. That's good. Just to change the letters. Because I'm just looking at the practice. No, you can share the work. Then they present this work and then the other one, yeah, if you are participating.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I think that's no, is that yeah. Online, I assume you are following. We are bringing very interesting inputs, please follow. And when you have questions,
Following.
good morning.
Yeah, this is good. So we came up with one of the many things we wanted to present.
Wow.
It's about.
I can see it with
So the work is about Teen Mothers Empowerment Network. 10 men. Yeah. So this work is about the conducted in 2 districts, Mexico and Nyagatay, for a duration of 3 years. This is our logic program. And the beneficiaries in questions are 300 vulnerable teams. Started by levels, we have raw insights, outcome number 2, output, and activities, and then input. As you see, We started by testing in the statements. My team member advised me to start with activities.
Yeah, that's okay.
And how did you approach my vision is
Compare.
yeah. So in activities, we started by TOT.
I think you should be something if you want. No. Scroll. One.
First activity.
Go up, please.
Stormy, it's your team.
This is an early.
There is a missing.
No,
Yeah.
it's not me. They're the one in charge.
Oh.
They are presenting.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Which one?
So there we started by TOT, which means training of trainers. Yeah, activity, you will consider it one maybe. Number of trainers, trained and validated facilitating, parenting and saving. So among these students, mothers, they are trainers to conduct the following training and about the reproduction, everything that we have tackled on. They need to be empowered because this is the first time, even though they have been in other fields, but the specific work needs some update in order to know how to handle them, how the HR is going to know how to care for these specific and vulnerable people. Because if you're in an environment and you're used to talk to your peers, you need to lower yourself to the level to understand that even though it's not like it's their fault, but you have to have that empathy and be trained in order to know how to empower them in parenting and setting their upcoming savings goals. Second, we talk on gathering and identifying beneficiaries. We've spoken about the CHO, the community health workers that will help us in gathering this information, and that will be into activity number 2. Number of vulnerable teen mothers to be identified through that channel, and district workers would have been done. And thirdly, we've spoken about support the identified vulnerable teens mothers to complete a 6-month vocational training in preferred areas as the baseline assessment finding. The baseline, we say that we will talk on how to empower them, whether they become missionaries, whether they become like hairdressers and other stuff like tailoring. This thing we work with those people who have already those functioning businesses and talk with them and partner with them so that they bring that to the ground. Fourthly, establish the required MOUs with existing vocational centers, TVT, school centers, which as first stated, and with the MOUs with the Sante and the rest RBC, so that they will be aware that even though we have good things in practice that we envision, it's good to know that even the government has been conducting other similar things, but they know what to tackle on specifically in this field. Procure and distribute startup kits months about 7 to 9 Yeah. So after these other activities on 7th and 9th month, then we start the real thing. 6, establish and support savings and credit groups. It's about the 6 months and plus from the beginning on the schools to start up their businesses or their exposure of what we envision them for them to know whether they really like and they have a zeal for that work. Carry out month mentorship visits for certified beneficiaries for the parenting, sexual, reproductive health, SGR, and saving skills competence. Yeah. So we've gathered our staff to come up with ideas that will satisfy them, not only empower them, but also look for their health, for their nutrition, and also get to know where we can put their already born children as a room for nursing, breastfeeding near them, so that they won't have ideas of withdrawal and all that. Another point is midterm evaluation, conduct final project evaluation. So, yeah.
Oh, no.
Thank you. I think from the 9 activities, we are going to contribute on the fish output. So on the output. So from the activity Act 02, and which includes the sending of trainers, identifying the beneficiaries who are the teen mothers, then their capacity building the activity centers. We are having the first output, which is the vulnerable teen mothers are trained in vocational and entrepreneurship skills. The second output, which comes from the next activity, which is linked with the procurement and distribution of startup kits, which make the second output on the startup. The startup kits are distributed, and the individual business plans developed and mentorship visit conducted. This is coming from two activities where after the training of trainers, those trainers will conduct the mentorship. So the third output will be the vulnerable teen mothers received the structured counseling, parenting education into different areas, including sexual and reproductive health and saving skills. So because we have a long list of activities, we try to group those activities so that they can contribute to those 3 outputs. Then from the 3 outputs, we have the indicators. We have the vulnerable mothers are trained in vocation and entrepreneurship skills. Then the startup kits, which are distributed and the individuals are developed. Then we have the vulnerable teen mothers received structured counseling, parenting, education, sexual reproductive health, and the saving skills. So once we come here, those are the baseline because this is a targeted intervention in Nyagatare and Gatsibo. We didn't have prior beneficiaries in the same projects. That's why our baseline is 0. But throughout the activity, we are planning to enroll 300 beneficiaries with an assumption of 10% can drop out. That's why at the end of the year, at the end of the project, we are aiming to have at least 270 vulnerable teen mothers who complete their vocational trainings and they are certified. Then we are aiming to procure 270 startup kits for them because this is one of the risks we need to highlight because we are having this 10% risk of dropout, considering they are vulnerable. But we are preparing 270 startup kits. So if this dropout doesn't happen, the procurement could be considered the final number of teen mothers who are being certified. Then the teen mothers, those teen mothers, the same number will gain financial and saving skills and other skills that could be part of the mentorship package. Go up on the outcome. So if really we have those 270 teen mothers being certified, they get their startup kit and they get those behavior skills, including the saving skills. We are seeing that those teen mothers achieve economic self-employment and they have sustainable livelihood within 3 years. Then the impact will be, go on the impact. So after our project process, we see our goal will be to improve their life conditions and reduce poverty among those vulnerable teen mothers in supported districts, including Nyagatare and Gatsibo after those 3 years. So the indicator for the outcome is increased the monthly income of supported teen mother following the capacity building support and including those startup tips. Then on impact indicator, we have this number of vulnerable teen mother in Nyagatare and Gatsibo demonstrating improved living condition and reduced poverty. So on the outcome, the baseline, with the baseline that has been completed, we found averagely one teen mother can have an annual income of 15,000 per year. Then with those activities, after 3 years, we aim to support them to have an increase annual income which reaches 50,000. So the impact will be at least to those 270 vulnerable mothers in Gatsibo and in Nyagatare. After those 3 years, they will have improved life conditions because they are having a kind of sustainability in terms of income generation. So if we roll, we can go on the next sheet, unless there is a burning question. So this is still ongoing because we have to fill other sheets, but our indicators reference look like this. As you saw, our indicators IDs were populated, then the indicator name. We are still confused on how to make the indicator definition, but we are still trying to figure it out. Then go on the right side, please. So from the impact to the activity indicators, our unit of measures are numbers. As I mentioned, we are having those numbers. Then on the disaggregation level, we have age group at least for for the teen mothers, we shall have their age group classified. Then we have like age group will be there, disaggregated throughout all indicators. But as we are having this training of trainers, where who we work as peer mentors like the facilitators, we shall have their age group and gender. And in our project, we aim to have a mixed gender, because for the facilitators, some teen mother may be willing to be supported by a male or a female mentor. So for the MUs, we are having this category of a training institution or organization. So for the TVET, we may have tech-based organization, we may have government or public or private. So our MUs will be a mix of category of institutions, so that whoever wants to attend a tech-based TVET school can go, or a private one can go based on their needs. So the data so is still pending, but we shall do it because we have them from the law. So allow me to invite my colleague to continue the evaluation plan. Thank you.
Concerns, oh, yeah, everything. All right. Because I can see people like this one. The language. Oh, you have this there. Ah, okay. So I'm now okay. Because there it's very small. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, okay, next person. I think it's morning. I can't see it morning. But, ordinary people, they are not responding. They are not even reacting. They are not even interacting. Ordinary people, ordinary colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
Thank you so much. Oh, wow. The evaluation plan update, yes, it has come from a lot of friends update. So from the rock paper calculation that we will do the midterm evaluation and final summative evaluation. So these are the calculations that we have come up with. These are the methods that I can pass one by one within few seconds. We have the question in the midterm related to the teen mother's monthly income increasing towards 50,000 targets, and what are the barriers if they are not met? So the method we have used is we have to do the individual income surveys, saving groups, records review, and even focused discussions. So the data source, we will be using the saving groups records, even we can look at the microfinance systems, see whether the saving has increased from 15,000 or to 50,000. And then the timeline, we have to do this by the end of year one. The records, the recruiter person will be the M&E officers or the trainees, and they have mentioned that we will be hiring some staff to for this one. And even for the next question that we have asked ourselves within our evaluation plan has related to the teen mothers receive procured kits as grants, because you have seen that we aim to distribute the kits, but most of people they don't receive the grant, the kits as we mentioned in our plan. So to see whether the method will be distribution reports review, procurement reports. So the data will be procurement and distribution reports This will be done by the end of year one. So we will be using the M&E as a responsible person. The next question you have asked ourselves within our, we have to ask ourselves within our evaluation plan. That's related to our mentorship visits happening monthly, producing measurable improvements in parenting and setting behavior. And then the method we have to look for this one, we have to see the mentorship reports, review, validation checklists, and this. So maybe I can come up with the final direction, the question we have to ask ourselves will be related to one, did supported team mothers achieve economic self-employment with monthly income equal or greater than 50? These are the questions we have to ask ourselves. And even the individual income interviews, these are the methods we have to use to check whether this question has been responded. And then we see this microfinance situation records review, and even how to do the interviews for the beneficiaries. And these are the data source, HS data, pre-August assessment, parenting observation. This will be done within this year. And even we have to ask this question also as what were the key lessons learned and expected outcomes and recommendations for the future programming. So how we will be tracking this is the methods of stakeholders workshop, public workshops, key format interviews, and document reviews. These are the data source. And maybe without taking much time. Those for the risk, still breed of brand. Maybe we have tracked this risk livelihood impact, risk mitigation, and so on. Maybe to give you a bit context of what you have done or where these numbers have come from. These are the indicators we have used for the livelihood. You can see that we have 1 represents rare, 2 represents unlikely, 3 represents possible, 4 represents likely, 5 represents almost certain. For the livelihood, for the impact, 1 represents negligible, 2 represents minor, 3 represents moderate, 4 represents major, and even 5 represents critical. For the risk score, how we calculated the risk score? We have calculated it by adding livelihood times impact equal to risk score, and then if it is above 9, if it is above 9, equal or 9 has to be high. It is between 4 to 8 has to be medium. 1, 2, 3 has to be low. This is how we have done this. And then maybe this was about to give you the context of how we have done this, or how we have come up with this one. This for the number 1, we have seen if the national economic stability disrupts the project's operation and beneficiary livelihoods. This is the reference impact. 1 assumption we have seen the project can be, and then we have to do it quarterly. We have seen livelihood has to be likely the impact. So now we have seen the mitigation. Maybe you can go to the mitigation to give you the context of how we have come up with our list. And we have seen that mitigation of conduct quarterly context monitoring, effects score, what plan is adapted to economic shocks, maybe that hadn't happened, and even you have to gauge the district authorities for RE warning signs, because we have seen that RE identification or assessment of the any data can come up within the projects and just disrupt the project. So this our risk mitigation, and then the status has to be asked. So this represents what we have done within the risk. If you have any question, appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, just go.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is not a question, it is more of a suggestion.
First of all, appreciate the work, please.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, good. Ah, sorry. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I was saying mine is not a question, it is more of a suggestion. First of all, I was going to say good luck again.
Can you raise your voice, please?
Sorry.
Can you speak up?
Oh. Okay. Thank you. I was appreciating for the good work they have done. I like the fact that they were able to work on the risk part of the sheet. I really like how it is done. But when you go back to the activities, I would like to, if you don't mind, to go to the activity 2 and 3.
Nine activities.
As I said earlier, it is not a question, it is more of suggestion. I think it would be good if we can mind much about the connectivity and alignment of the activities. Because if we can go to activity number 3, then we start with activity 2, 3. It reads, support the identified vulnerable teen mothers complaints. And then when we come to activity 3, establish the required MOU with the existing children schools or centers. To me, I would suggest the ball is in your hands. If you don't mind, you can start with the activity. You can replace activity 3 with so 2 will activity 3. So that activity 3 can come first, because there's no way how you can sign a memorandum of understanding when you have supported the trainees and undergo the training.
Yeah, to understand it, that's MOU has to come first. Yeah.
And again, if you don't mind, you can also draft an activity concerning like mapping or issuing call for applications targeting teammates you want to work with. So you can, so that in your evaluation, you can evaluate, you can document and show how they were actually listed. Thank you. Otherwise, I really appreciate it.
I had the same question when they presented, but I felt the key one is identification under 2. If it is an identification, when you identify, everyone chooses the domains where you will be signing with the memorandum of understanding of the provider. Unless you combine support and the identification, you will be right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the observation. Maybe for better understanding, the ranking here doesn't show how the activity will be followed, because we don't have a Gantt chart to show where each activity will be implemented. Just we were listing the activity. But I believe if we are able to show when to implement this activity, like the MOU could start, like allowing the students in their respective schools. So obviously, maybe I don't know if the layer sheet show up with the Gantt chart, but at the implementation level, we need to highlight which activity to start with. Otherwise, was a listing, risk not to show them that they are going to shut us there.
Can I respond to your question? That's it. That's your catch. You catch me and I think in the main plan we should be helpful. So I forgot to do that. Go to the further. We should be including another sheet of helpful, because they can't have any value if you're not specifying when to do what. Thank you. I really appreciate the way you just identified this. This was a lacking element.
I think everyone is familiar with the gunshot. Gun.
Count.
It's where you show when you show like
Activity of the developers. 1, 2 months, 1 month, and then if I like, so actually, designing this Excel based, I was copying from the document. Normally, a mail plan, it's a document, you know. It's a not single document. Between 50, you can even reach up to 100 pages. So now I want to make things easier. That's what them do. It will depend on the donor requirement. If they want to have that document, you need to do it. And then complete the solution for me here if you really want to use this system. You may not feel you don't like to use it, but provided you know how to do it, you may choose whatever kind of channel. Yes, okay, yeah. I'm really thankful because now we can find that. Okay. Another point for clarification, or yes, there's another.
thank you.
But team members have been debated. Okay, they understand it. They are listening. Is there a way around?
Thank you very much. I'm glad to accept how you identify the new color group. One of the groups from the group color. I think we can say that they have detailed the work. About the engagement of parents. When we are talking about teen mothers, we have to always make it consideration the age they have. Maybe they are still children, even though they have given birth, but they are still under, some of them under 18 years. So that we have to take in some activities that they consider parents' engagement for the issue of sustainability. For example, whatever technical training we can provide to the without parents' engagement, we should say also at the end of the term to measure the impact because those that the children who are still coming back home when coming from the technical training side back to home when they have to get parents on some significant of labor to take care of their children while they are away. I think that this is one of the have to put into activities, they give them a higher consideration because sometimes teen mothers they pay because they do not have someone to put their children while they are away. Even activity centers, they have started to consider like safe spaces for those children. They can go together with their children at the center to learn, but they have to get someone else to take care of their children while they are learning. That is one option. And I would like also to combine the comments for group and group. We have both talking about teen mothers, teen pregnancy. This is like we are having the burning issue. If two groups or more than two groups are considered,
same topic. It's like we are approaching the reality. This is the value issue in our country that all the groups are being on. I would like to also suggest for those groups to add something really on parents and adolescent communication. Whatever we do, sexual reproductive education is considered a taboo in our country. It is a risk. We may do whatever we plan that we try to engage parents, adolescent communication. Like where sexual issues are not discussed between parents and children. And it is the source. We have to be aware that parents could play a big role in engaging their children be aware of what are risky in their future. Teaching them from the parents, we secure them not having like what they can say, rumors from them and responses which are not when they are older, when they are adolescent. They should have started the communication at early age, even before they become adolescent. They started to know who they are. I think this is one of the topics those blue and green color groups should have in if they are thinking about reduction of teen pregnancy and coming from the risk of being
You are.
Yes. In addition to the parents, children communication. Yeah. I will thank you for the input and
Screen sharing. Yes.
Monitoring plans. I wanted to add us, maybe we need to see how our coverage area can contribute. In addition to the conversation, we need again because intervention that targets men, the men engaging. Who makes those adolescents to get pregnant? The men and boys. So we need to engage men and boys, and we need to search what think here.
Yes.
Excuse me, no screen sharing.
Yeah, we have tried to resolve the issue, the public concern we have in the council, as you mentioned, but for sure we are living behind the men who would play a key role to reduce such rates. So I'm saying this as a job, but really we need such intervention, and I'm calling for men to be engaged because if men are concerned with those teen pregnancies, I think we can resolve the issue in one year.
That's good. I think for those who work with USAID, there was a program for engaging boys in the schools who yes. Summarize. And we have your intervention taken out of Those places. So you need to look at the people of this that those yes, that was quite number, I think. So can we maybe someone online? Let's say something, Sharon. Jerome.
Yes, please. We are not following the screen shared was having a trouble problem.
That's what he said.
I'm not getting it.
You are not getting what we are discussing?
Not really.
So this you are now you are now getting me speaking.
Oh,
Can you restart?
don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell a bit more about
Do you get that?
Yes, but speak aloud.
So I wanted to speak about
And the screen are not shared.
No, there's no screen. We are asking questions. We're debating around the issue of pregnancy, where people were advising the team that work there to also consider this issue at the global level, not only the just considering the beneficiaries, but now considering we need also to go for parents, positive parenting, including boys, young men, and those that can just recommend those young girls. So that was the discussion, and the points were taken at the groups. They will be revisiting the work they did, so that they can accept those elements. So there's another point.
yeah, I wanted to talk on that thing of reproductive knowledge and awareness. Like, in other countries, other than Rwanda, because we are landlocked, some things come lower than other places. And we need to embrace that thing that we are in a emergency war and stop shaming or stigmatize those who are praying for that sex, because it's part of this issues that we need to talk about if we want to come up with solutions and get them those contraceptives and other things. Well, when we do those things, and for example, there was that issue that happened with Miss Rwanda and everything. We cannot stop things that are happening, but since it's our first year at least introducing and doing these things, we have to make room for those slowness or anything that we cannot change on. But at least we are doing something. So furthermore, as years go by, numbers will reduce, but even to us who are mature and grown-ups, it's not something that we can compare. So those things are needed, the movies are needed, something that is Gen Z talking and capturing and attracting, reducing, and making them aware that go in a shop and ask for a condom is not a taboo. It's not something. It's rather that of other bad situation that having more than family. Because we are considering that now we are making them entrepreneurial and making them aware of having money in their pockets. Some other controllable behaviors will come up and yes.
Point. I think it Dr. also mentioned that. So for the sake of clarity, good point. Not so Yeah, I have, let me ask one or two questions. What issue of disaggregation measure? There was three, say, categories of whatever, so needs to tell them. When you present, you specify them. You need to have them written there. Yes. The other thing you say, the duration of the project is 3 years, and yet you propose midterm evaluation. Was really needed. When will we start being done in 3 years? Did you have it's you. Oh, this is your report on the okay, so 3 years. It is one point to have a midterm the discussion is if you feel you really need, but if you can first sight, someone may ask the question on how to do that. There is the last reason of having a very short just a very short project and that leaders, and then also organizing midterm engagement. I leave it to you for discussion. And your presentation, it's a model for those who ask the question related to milestones. Have you seen? Everything was there, and you can just see how the it is implemented. You can touch to costing it. You can check whether this activity was done after another one has been done. Even though maybe you wrote it not order, but for me I saw kind of chronological. Otherwise I should have questioned that. I saw the chronology, the sequence there. There is another issue of a dropout. There is, I think I saw, even though you have not been touched with anything, that contingency plan, contingent plan. That's good, contingency plan. That's good to have it. And then we also direct other kinds of assessment, writing, that can be done. The other thing, yeah, you were providing a full package, that's what we noticed. And then when I say percent ratio of dropouts will be just evaluating our kids on 270. I would rather write at least 270 members will be like yes, yeah, because you may just control those issues and when you monitor them closely, it then reduce the probability towards the risk. When you say at least, that will make more sense. Those are the issues, the things you can just discuss with the team. I'm not the one to say. Yes. I read where you were finding the rationale, the questions of the midterm barriers, but also my comments for the previous group also apply. Yes. And when we're talking about on the midterm, on the evaluation plan, since apart from where you just survey something, it was as if the midterm evaluation of the midterm internally with reference to existing documents. Did you do that intentionally or not?
Yeah, because it's a short, actually, so because we have a short period for our project, the midterm will be done internally. That's why there is what focus on the technical officer and the machine. Why the final evaluation will involve external evaluator. So this was like a recall for the team. If the MN can come and make such evaluation with the like a short team, they can show like the management they are on track or they are not on the track.
That's really fantastic. Now I got the point, because otherwise, as I told you, midterm evaluation, it's a full of diplomatic, I don't know, gymnastics. Because if you want something to change, condition is done. Even if it was not planned, try your best to have it. Yes. Yeah, now if you do it like self-check, that's good. But someone who considers like that those are the common words, terminologies that for someone who understands it, like it's very strong, robust, it's not pretty that, but it's like call it an assessment, just to not to make things like grounded, yes. But you can also keep it, yes, because you know what you're doing. But you are mindful that it's not the ordinary with calculation. That's good. Yeah. Method and data source. I think considering to what they do, did. You may see some differences. Okay. You can change, you can explore more. But for me, because I was the one to just start with this, I was thinking here it's like quantitative mixed methods. But if you want to go further in the details, you mention those things, it's okay. And then here just data source if you are correcting data survey, for fisheries, for PR, for data sources, where the source of information, which I think. Okay. So I want just to highlight that you may see some differences from what are really being built. So check and then make sure. And I didn't say, yeah, check and confirm. Okay. Yeah. Another and a final thing, last question. Yes, I think some part of my expectation. Last question, lesson learned, recommendation for future programming. When I saw they say let's go for future programming, that's good. Yeah, risk management, passage. I think I also learned. I also learned how to do risk management. The way you highlight it and then you explain it, showing agent, what is in the world. Yeah, the area of risk. Yes, but there is a really suggestion, not a question. For this reference, this is where you just refer to outcome and others, but for me, I have suggested it. I have not said it. You may erase it. When you erase it, what is the risk? Oh. If you delete it, you are okay. Yes, because referring to outcome. For you, there's no reason to know when was this the risk identified, which may be overlaid was like or something. So it's not change. Those are the things they propose just to have something to discuss for. And then I'm getting that you are starting from it just to explore more areas. Yeah, there's no problem. There's nothing that cannot be changed.
What is this?
This is-
What is this?
For them, they can explain it. No, that's not general here.
Regarding on the discussion we had, it was last week, where we learned the problem.
Yes, that's it.
Yes. We said, initially identify the risk on day basis. So if you identify a risk, you can document it. So the risk reference, it's like for you to document when and where you identify that risk. For us, we said, for instance, this one, it's under impact. So this was identified on the project start, if you can read there. So in case we shall have another risk identified throughout the period, we shall document the same. We say maybe it was identified during the implementation. So you can know that this has been identified at the beginning, at the middle of the project implementation, or at the end of the project. That's we have you like to identify, like to inform everyone throughout your design implementation. We have been so conscious to know the risk you are facing or the risk you have, and to have those information.
It's a cross reference. I like the way it is cross reference. And then I said, okay, let me tell you, whatever provided, okay, I refer and check some resources, but not necessarily all the resources. Because I feel I have experience. To either to make a case, and then to present myself in front of people, and then explain. This is the way I feel. So if you just judge, I welcome your point of view. If I feel your point make more sense than mine, I do accept it. That is the way I look at things. From where you will see me, that's the point. I think I'm quite enough, strong enough to make the case. And when you know, I do accept. If you want to keep the date, include a separate column. Check for the date. Yes, it was. For me, that time I was thinking, I thought the date would also be something. Because if I identify this risk during the first year of implementation, versus identify the risk towards the end of the program.
So I think that it can make sense. Because there's a risk that you start with very little side, but the other doesn't come once the answer forward. So I need to go those first, those and the dates for the time can be
Where is the not thing? Yes.
just to compliment what others have said. The writing of this not about like I think like that we have. I expect that we can have the rest can have run rounds. Sometimes the probability of that risk occur, it is to define the risk before mining. What I'm sitting there, yeah, what you are suggesting that you can tentative date. You can put tentative date, but we know that what we don't know.
But the data I was proposing was the time, but the risk comes into your mind, or you just click across to it. Is yeah. So what is that? For me, as I said, don't think I will just be like producing this from other people. I'm strong enough just to be able to consider things and then make it. Okay.
Like on the risk, there's that column of status. What's the status? It's say active on that.
Is the list still okay? Look at this one. I have that tendency.
So, saying the risk is active, still like, thank you. Actually, the risk is active means as we are still implementing, we are still seeing that risk is still there. So, and the mitigation plan is still ongoing, so that
we are still facing the same. We are still likely to face. Yes. Okay, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, come,
so we have that, we want to know guidance on this spending work.
Which one?
On the indicator reference. Yeah, yeah.
How do you define it? Okay.
Actually, there on the indicator net, there is a formula on the template, like on the template.
Mm.
So once we were calculating on road, the indicator net was getting the formula. Then once we were on the definition, we were lost.
But Christian, where are you?
Comes from the
It
road.
comes from
Yes,
the same here.
yes.
But you, having this information, get defined. What do you mean by vulnerable team members will be trained in vocational training? The number of participants in the training who were recorded using attendance lists so that everything is clear. Yeah, it is a percentage. We detail with those number of people training divided by the number who is supposed to be attending and multiplied by 1.
Yeah, actually, I don't know how the previous, I need to go back and see how their definition was. But for our learning purpose, we need to master how the indicator is made. Because I think it's one of the key elements to support the skill, to understand the indicator.
Yes.
So for us, we're struggling because we have numbers. We felt how to find those numbers, but now we can get it. But for those who have proportions, they need to show up the numerators, the denominators, and so on.
Okay, next group, that is prepared to see what they do. If they need to improve, they improve it and then they just yeah. I think online group so 11:40. Please go and then come without any delay.
Das. Die ganze da.
Okay. We finish the presentation with the lunch. Because after lunch, we have another, we have part two the lunch.
Hey,
Document. Is there touching number? Except. Okay, back, everyone, back. Okay. I'm saying we have two presenting, remaining with three. If it happens that only two groups present, still one for growth. The other one is fixed. The presentation happens next week. Because in the afternoon we have another part. Otherwise, it can't remain in the group. Number three, your I'm not. I have to. Oh, please present. We give you 10 minutes or so. After 10 minutes, they starting presenting the other now. My friend, please follow because we are now discovering some important things. Alexis, please help us. You be next. You be next. After them. You are part of the people. Oh, you're. And then Holland will be the last. Time is allowed. Time is allowed.
what's up? You should go on now, don't know that.
But where people are? No. No.
No,
Before I know.
getting my agenda.
All people are going online. Okay, Alexis, this. Yeah, work. Other stuff. So, like in the green group, so we have some group of the green, the green group, as we saw this. Yeah, so we have continued to work on the same project, which was it has yesterday. Now we on the one that did previously on the issue of the pregnancies. So, but what we did now, I've been able to complete the road trip, all inputs. So our project had the free outputs, outcome, which was what was around the economic safe players. So we moved where we wanted to set instead of the percentage of but also to integrate the value of money to be increased. So we moved to this site. So also we have worked more with the indicator reference sheet. So I think today we can focus more on the
Before we go there, so maybe your presentation will take less time.
Yeah.
On the target, we provided you inputs instead of just to reduce, just write the final number of target.
Yeah.
You have not corrected that.
Yeah. Yeah, we fix the but we take the good route.
Okay, good. So if you want to go directly to indicator reference, my friend, can you go to the next tab?
To be better.
Go to the
tab of the indicator
because this is solid.
So for the references, so we have number the indicator as per this is the indicator for the impact, these are the indicators for the outcome. So for the indicator then, as we all of us experience, they are automatic from the formulas. So, but for the definitions, they have to define all the indicators. For example, this percentage of reduction in teenage pregnancy. So our definition is saying that is the percentage decrease in the number or rate of teenage pregnancies within a specific population and time periods compared to the present. So in our case, our population group will be the teenage, those adolescent together teenage members from 15 to 24 years old.
Okay, let me discuss now. So you are missing elements because you are telling a story which is not the expectation was that all that you are just stating appear there. Like except the specific population, which population, which time period you are stating here. Yes.
So for the to make that also
Can you share the screen, please? Can you share the screen, please?
Those
but it's a challenge to put the formula. So we have the formula to convert the present data and the data. But the formula was not integrate using the mathematical proofs. Excel can accommodate those
formulas.
Yeah.
Okay, if formula cannot be there, write them. The denominator will be this, and then the denominator will be this. The total you multiply by 100. Translate that in a way that yes. And you group members, did you get that? It's a translation of what you mean by indicator. It's like you are dealing with a layman, someone who is not conversant with what you're saying. What will be your indicator mean? Percentage reduction. Reduction in teenager pregnancy. Teenager pregnancy, who are they? Those are the girls aged between this and this who get pregnant, and those are the valid groups. We need this is very good. It's the writing a text to such a way that there will not be any confusion. Anyone who did who is not maybe a member can now read and understand. You get that? Yes. That's how the definition is. Anyone with a question about the definition? Yes.
So does that mean maybe it's the indicator name short and then everything else is in the definition?
It should not be short, but it should rather be smart. We are talking about smart, but the way we write it's not smart. But I don't know. It's not only here. The indicator should be smart. Smart should be indicating power. But that one is not there. But since we are the same document, it's a project where we state the project life. Maybe that's the reason why we don't want to keep it long. But the definition, since you are defining, you have those other missing issues captured in definition. Okay? If you want to make it long, can't be. The definition is not the same. Well and good. If you want to make it and then explain those things, but provided that someone who will be looking at this row, the entire row, will have everything that can make the indicator qualified as smart. That's all.
So this is for the rally purpose to support they have other problem we can discuss. Yes, it's not the final
So, like on the definition, this is where maybe you define like the total population that you are dealing with, you are targeting.
Yes. Yeah.
So then you can just say, if I'm just having 30% of this number of population.
Make
so
sure
you know,
the total will not change.
Yeah,
if you believe it will change, better to say the total of the population whose characteristics are this. Because if you just make things start while they are not, you'll be in trouble. Be smart enough. Define another the characteristics of population of referring to instead of just mentioning the total number. Unless you have a feeling that this will be like that.
Okay. So maybe if you are you have like let me say it's the main objective is just tackling those those specific number of population, that specific number of population.
Okay, I remember yesterday there is a discussion.
Yeah, the discussion.
Yeah. Maybe my intervention, my contribution was not enough. Because if you target like 30,000, first of all, the target is not the number. The target population whose characteristics are A, B, C, D. Now today there are over the number 30. What will happen tomorrow or after tomorrow? If they do change, we are evolving involvement. Maybe to capture it very well, maybe to define the characteristics. That's what I understand. And for people may also provide their how they feel. Because I don't want just to be a slave of a number rather than considering the characteristics of the population. And then exactly maybe some.
Yeah.
A sample. Targeting a sample.
No, we are not targeting a sample.
Yes.
Yeah. We are just doing, let me say, then the number of in the have like maybe 1,000 of them. The districts that we are targeting.
Yes.
To how are we going to measure that you have reached that 30% if we don't start with a road now? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, this is the way. The indicator and the results, the goal is not for only 10,000.
No.
You are targeting the society.
Yeah, I'm targeting the society.
Yes, but you are starting, let me continue. You are starting, you are taking 30,000 because your means, the source that you have, only allowed to deal with the 30,000.
Yeah.
What if tomorrow you have another dollar? Will you keep those 30,000?
No.
So why?
Yeah.
To be wise enough, we need to do the description of the operation we're targeting. Maybe yesterday the way I told you may not be that sufficient enough. It's concerned for that.
Yeah, I think
You get that?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
I think the evaluation have to do sampling.
Yes, you sample.
To sample from the
population. And then the result you have from the sample, you generalize inference. You make inference to the statistician. So you infer a description, the result from the sample to the population. Okay.
Also for this, I have also completed the table to the data sources, the dimension methods and the frequencies. So for the impact, we rely on the test review. Also, we will also consider the records of the schools, and also there's the other surveys, especially household surveys. So because the census, we have those cases, DHS surveys, and because the HP, because it can inform us on the changes that we have. So we have not this but with the survey, but we are putting that for short period of 3 years. Don't have this with the survey. So
you are undertaking the project for 2 years. Okay.
we are trying to our opportunity can also do this one. So for the
I have one question for us.
Yes.
I was looking at it to be is an allegation. We say from 14 of 15 to 19. And we talk about the sample. Random sampling, are we doing systematic sampling? Thank you.
Very good. What is the method? And in DHS, it's a global and very trusted sample. That's good for comparison. But now for other assessments, like household survey, which go to the review.
Because why I'm asking that question,
but those are details. Yes, that may be discussed later on.
Those delegations, we have to do the voting. No, we did this. I'm not asking you. I'm asking for all of us.
Yes, but
if we do sample, one house or we can find that there is no category that age. Like when we do random sample, then I sample one household. What is the assurance that in that household where we sample, we are targeting the age of 10 to 19. But we that you can find that age.
okay, yes, I really understand. This is the question to be answered by statistician. Yes. So when defining the sample, you need to take into consideration the groups inside. Yeah. And you need also to provide for the way, just to make sure that if you are something from a population of 15 or 150, the other of 500, there is a higher probability to choose from here because there are many. There is less probability to choose from this one. You need to make sure that the formula penalizes the selection from this group, and then they give more credit to this. So in the formula, it's provided.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go on.
Yeah, but also in the population, there are some strata like those.
And the strata, you also
you can stratify them.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We need to stratify and then select among each strata. Yeah. Like urban rural. My friend, this is you can select for certification. You select from this, provided you have a number. Here you will be selecting like 10, you select 10 out of one, this one. And then the other number from this. This can be either. But the more to provide this, if you choose to select, like to put everything in one basket, you will be proposing a higher number, just to have a more chance to select any from this. Yes. Sometimes there's the beauty of certification. Yeah. So can I go to the reference round?
I saw somewhere amongst the data source you shall use school records. So I was, what about using school records for the impact indicator? Like the method to be followed to collect the information from the school records while you are evaluating the impact indicator.
Now, because the school reports, we're assuming that now the low attendance in those indicates due to the attendance. And our interventions are to bring back those teenage brothers to school and also to support the other institute to attend the schools. So it's you. When you progress with the present and the agent, we assume that the level of attendance will be the. So when you consider those school attendance, those school reports, to see the level of attendance, that can fall. So it will help you in difference. You know the difference post in the pre. Yeah. The difference between post versus pre. Yeah. Yeah, but her point for the impact, because this is overreaching goal, mostly cannot be tracked by simple administration. Yeah, records. But it can inform.
Yeah, it can inform, but it could inform you at the output and the outcome level, activity and output level. Because if we go back to the road, how you will indicate, like impact indicators of them, I'm not sure if the school records will help you to measure the impact. Whether it will help at the output, rate, the activity level, because with the time, those like short-term records will inform the impact. Yeah.
Yeah, she was saying. The point is, I made the did last week and the data one, which was not posted. I saw impact. So when you say impact, it's sometimes a question, but I know because I'm not teaching project course, I just pass by. But in reality, you should be here. Impact should be the impact proposed by the health organization. But outcome, that is the where you started from. You remember the time when I, from the research framework, I said, check the intermediate results. This is the one I wanted. If this intermediate results, meaning that the upper level is that the thing that was in that framework. But now, the objective of this course is focused on what is from outcome to here. And that's why sometimes I'm skipping the things because otherwise tracking the change to the society. I know we cannot use those simple records. Special ditches, I do understand. When you mention census, quickly understand. But when you just think of school, and yes, you collect record from every district. What can I do? Which is what nowadays they have digital transfer tendency both. But this needs to be combined. You cannot collect it. Yeah, they combine it.
In that sense, if really they have those electronic recordings, do we not go to the school record? We will make a national
records. Yeah. Or regional, depending on where organization is working. Yes. Okay. So for disaggregation, do you think we will disaggregate girls and the teen mothers? Yeah, these are our intentions. And then again, since we are now, I missed the word, because we want to bring other groups that are not directly targeted, like mothers, like boys and the others. We need also to have. No, I don't think we need, but at least we have those two groups, girls and the teen mothers. Okay, so go to the intervention plan. This is where you have not tackled. That's the other study. Yes.
What's the income?
Oh.
What's the income?
So we're targeting the adolescent girls and the teen mothers both.
Why did you include also 19 to 20 to 24? 19 to 24?
Why? Back on everything. Yeah, come back there.
So,
to the so our teen mothers backed up to age.
what's the
Teen is at which age? Others. 15, so my friend, what you have to do is to accept it in the that is what it means. No. That's teamwork. Yeah, that's the beauty for consultative work. For instance, the framework. Active. Yeah. Let's go with this.
You might change from teen mothers to unplanned pregnancy. Then you set the target group. Like 3 to 4. They want to put that age.
Yeah.
So you can change from teen mothers to unplanned pregnancies. Maybe experience schools or
Or if they want to keep them, they delete this.
Yes.
Yes. That's a discussion to be made within your group.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, for the original plan, but they are,
That's a very good catch.
yeah. So we have to wait. The question is for baseline and the end result. So during the baseline, because we thought in our understanding that the economic issues and the main drivers for this to expose adolescents against to the communities. So our evaluation will be allowing this economic spirit to see these safe areas. So we'll be asking the Commission of Adolescent against teen matters currently have reliable sources in the beginning, the baseline, and the income levels and income source for those beneficiaries. And also we'll be asking the vocational and entrepreneurship skills gaps that exist among those adolescents against and teen matters. For the methods we'll be using this data supply the key format.
Don't spend a lot of time.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So also we'll be asking this was the
Okay.
chat. Go down.
Go down. Oh, how many questions do you have for question?
So we have a 5.
Come on, then, question. So also the question I know that question, but after
So also we'll be asking the question is around the SRI for the road and the change.
Go down. You position the ones said. Friends of them. I've said it done. Okay. What attitudes believe any of that? Okay, we understand. What community structure performed or platforms exist for? Okay. I'm helping you just to move forward fast. So I can see, okay, Alexis, can I help you?
Yes.
So it seems that you are proposing to have baseline and the end line. So for baseline, you are just trying to track the vulnerability at baseline.
Yeah.
Because of the question you are asking. Economic, but the question others have say you are lying. The intervention to economic reasons. That's what the question you need to be responding afterwards. So endline, you are no the person also as the questioning you are trying to answer the questions around attitudes, practices, and knowledge, which is okay. It's a graph, it's a knowledge, attitude, and practices at the baseline, and then economic factors. So endline, you are to what extent you have adolescent. What will be so to be said? Is achieve improvement and the resilient income. So when you ask that question, be mindful that will be asked to develop. To what extent? To not specific. So you need to explain just in relation to what I was expecting from the program. Okay. So for the sake of time, for me, even if we have so many questions, we need to reduce to have for each 3 to 5. When you are taught just to choose from 3 to 5, most of the cases you will be choosing 3. or 4 or 5. So for me, the questions make sense, but on next time, as I told you, we'll be coming back to how to draft questions. Yes. So if you are allowed, you can maybe go scroll to the right. Okay. Community reports, project reports. Okay. Go to the list. Unless I'm not respond to that question. Your question was?
Question about the,
From
all the Russian value you are basing on your place. I think the question is, do all the questions look like they're based on what you call?
No, we have to. That was the question on the economic side and the other on the ACRH. Knowledge and skills.
What you said, but when you presented, you said that you are aligning the achievement of the outcome on the economic aspects. So, but when you see what is there, not only economic factors.
In our design, we have the outcomes in these 2 levels. Knowledge and skills, especially on the ACRH, but only the important, around the vocational trainings. So we thought if we cover those young adolescents through as a training, two vocational trainings, through two skills, and only research, and we change behavior and attitude for the youth to understand and support youth, allow those culture and the beliefs around the SCLIH areas. So the policies we get reduced. So in our information of the questions, we have rated the questions for all those levels.
Yeah, practically that's what they did. No problem. But the issue, the confusion came when you present. Yes. So now, can you allow the second one the same? Or when he finishes with this, and then last?
No worries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please go to the list. And then reduce. This okay. Oh, it's not that quick. Yes.
So for this, we say that some parents, because our stakeholders will be the parents, religious leaders, and other community members. So we say that those stakeholders may exist. Discussion on the solution and the quality rates the government of right due to cultural norms, stigma of misconception. So we say that this may mitigate misconception, the problem of this and reduce it. Okay, yes. So we said that this will be the risk in the implementation. You know, most of the time when we again get readiness, so some barriers start to hinder. Yes. Yeah. So for the likelihood, so we want this to be very hard due to our culture. 80%. So we assume.
If we said some, still it's a few number where you said some parents. If we use some, it's not a majority. So where there's some and the 80%.
Good catch. You say some. And then,
It's a few numbers.
oh no, it may be for some, from a number, but they likely to remember it to happen. Okay, good enough. For those some, for those that are not in split, those it's not those culture. There is an 80% chance to happen.
This risk. Yeah, that's the okay, okay. And you say when this happens, the impact of also
will be high.
Will be high.
And when it happens, the impact will be high.
So by creation of score, so that was
okay. So this
for the investigation, you see that you connect continuously with sensitization and the dialogue session is you get 220,000 properties. So another question does from the beginning and use those sensitization messaging and community catalysts to promote positive attitudes towards the adolescent development and it's a right. So to move these changes in around those sensitization and use the championship as a way to change those behavior and the attitudes.
So as of now, what is the status of this? Much.
Yeah, I mean, so but the status face the challenge, so this is the big test. But I'm not going to extend the it's active risk. So
it's mitigated.
So now
okay. You decided in the group.
But you can also support us to look at the design of the print. How can we qualify this?
Yeah. No problem. But maybe I have forgotten to include the date for that status. Because the system may be for the last year. So I think we need to track this status also for the current date.
Also for the date.
You get that?
Yes. So we extend the data for the date. But I see.
No, this is the date the issue was identified.
Yeah.
This is the date when the issue, the risk was identified. Yeah. But here, the status, this risk score, this risk as it is defined here, is this still something that is that's a hindrance, still a hindrance to the implementation, is something that is active, active. So I want us to write something here. Just that states the current status. Is something to worry about? Is something not to worry? No more? Yes, yeah. And then we state the date. Because just to be meaningful, is that we need to consider the date. So I look at that now, we know that whatever is there, it's not something that cannot be changed. That's what okay, go for the second.
Yeah, for the second,
I think the first one makes sense. Go down. How many lists? Wow. How many lists?
Now 6.
6. Only present the second.
This one.
Yeah. Okay. Go down again.
Okay.
So, as we begin supporting the student training, let's conduct our adolescent establish the businesses. So we say that the business is established by adolescent and team members. They fail due to weak business management skills, market access, and those that are or creative leadership and for support.
Yes.
So
it's 80%. But what is your implementation? Are you really tackling the problem, the development problem? Because you want them to remove their vulnerability.
Yeah.
How the vulnerability also building capacity, being financial, building whatever capacity. And now still have that the result risk, meaning that when you are implementing, the risk is still 80%, it will be 80% chance to happen. I don't think you are solving the way.
Step before. Stop taking at the design level.
Oh, the design level.
Yeah.
Okay. You are just finding the reason why you need to do that intervention.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that can be it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So to get it, we provide the practical integration and the flexible just training. This is why we will be using these functional trainings. Also, we establish leadership and resilience coaching systems. Present rocket this, the direct same groups and the access to visual direct sector finance and the regular monitoring
And tailored.
and tailored.
So my question, that's good. In your activities, you have similar thing. Okay, that's a good. That's good. So now the status celebrate comment remains.
Yeah.
So now, when you consider those risks and check them from logical framework, you see how to cover them. Because in the logical framework, you have the assumption and the risks. Have you done that? Check. There are few, but they need to be, but they be part of this. And then you add more. Okay. Remember, have you got that comment? So in the logical framework, we have the column of risks and the assumption. Those are candidates to be replaced and then appear here. But here you may add more. So when I'm judging this, I need to consider this with those in the logical framework, and then see what they are covered. There is no contradiction. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, consider the only risks.
On the same note, how often does litigation plans, I mean, litigation plans activity there are implemented activity? Because I'm working with some litigation plans here look like or may look like the kind of activity.
May look like or may not. That's you know, there is a document called contingency plan. You know, contingency plan. Because if you are in the region where there is an earthquake, what action will you undertake? Maybe you'll be praying. And then there is a one there is a journalist who asked, what are you doing just to prevent people from dying from the sky? Or the two other parts near the chief. They say, you know, they are gathering those policy they are policy security officers, you know, that I think the question was to know those people, what action they can do against earthquakes. Yes, standards. Yes, you can go. Okay, good. So for contingency plans, we need to just discuss them in every portfolio review. You know, portfolio review. Someone was like, who has heard about portfolio review. There is a way you see it as a big. Remember, we discussed in the learning what they call positive effect. Positive effect can be an invention here, but there is a common, portfolio review. It is the way we say, like, once a year, once 2 years, and say season. But generally speaking, where are we? We have intervention in the environment, one intervention in agriculture, one intervention in the other areas. In general, how are we doing business? So, and then they look also at the contingency plan, the things that are likely to compromise those with the implementation or the achievement of the results. And from that discussion, they may also commission some studies or review assessment if those activities are not part of the implementation. That I was responding to your question. That sometimes something that is not part of the implementation activities can be done using like internal reviews, assessment, using external consultant and the others. Okay, so I think we can release you. Yeah. Thank you for the good job and the good work. Okay, now, but I have a question. So the potential was actual. I normally materially put it. Yes, normally in what the emergency, but elsewhere it can happen. Because the emergency can start when you are talking about sustainability and the for sustainable. Yes, you can see yourself in emergency. Okay. Okay, so we'll tell you in 20 minutes. Someone to present. Someone that is you. Your host. I know you can make the time, but I want someone who has ever presented. You present. I saw him presenting. You just oh, okay. You present. Okay. They're not the same. Okay. I know it. I think I should. Oh. I'm really eager to start with the next component of the lab is option. I'm going to you open it. Yeah, this one. Yeah. I think you opened it. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
You can start open. Is it this one?
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Good morning or good afternoon.
You can use this one.
So we are from the Gold Group, second team, and just going with the project was about climate smart agriculture. Our outcome. Can you just scroll down on the impact? Up. Oh, up. So what we want to make as an impact is to have an improved sustainable agriculture and climate resilience practices in rural farming community in Rwanda within 5 years. So
we wanted to see the adoption of those practices increased. So our baseline was 2% of the 1,000 farmers that we identified in that area, and 20% of we want to take from 2% of the 1,000 farmers, that's 10,000 farmers that we are targeting, to 20% of the 1,000 farmers. So what we will verify that with using the agricultural survey, say in that, because we didn't want to, because we were just thinking we didn't want to make like this district name, but we just imagine an area of 10,000 farmers. So the assumption, we assume that the government policy that are in place will continue to be favorable for the adoption of sustainable farming and climate resilience practices. So we say because this is high impact, maybe the project manager of the organization will just keep tracking and see those policies are still in place. If there is something that's really improving the adoption of those practices in the community, or if there is other adjustment that's, so he's the well-placed person to monitor that impact. So we say to be able to know that maybe we are tracking the adoption, because every season, every agriculture season, maybe there will be an introduction of new practices. So it's better that to see in the community. There are some farmers who are just adopting some measures, or who are introducing them in their everyday practices. So we thought of 3 intermediate results that are going to contribute to that impact. So one is the percentage of farmers applying climate smart practices. The other one is a number of trees and percentage of soil erosion reduction cases. The third one is the number of farmers engaged in prosperous sustainable agriculture climate resilience enterprise. Can you just
Go step by step.
I go step by step. Just put outcome.
No, hold on. Hold down. Hold down.
Outcomes?
So
outcome.
I want to see this one.
Okay.
So we say we are just going to tackle this into 3 outcomes. The first one is to increase the adoption of climate smart agriculture practice among stakeholders.
That's outcome or no?
That's
the way.
Increased adoption of climate smart agriculture practices among smallholders. Smallholders. Because we say there is one of teaching them, and also bringing them also materials, but there is also the adoption. From them, they need to understand or to start using them. To be using them, there are other activities that we need to do, like training. First of all, the awareness on what is the climate smart agriculture practices, how to do them, and where they can find them. So we also thought that we need also to have like a tangible environment, let me say, outcome. Not only just see people are planting trees, but trees are surviving, because It is planting tree, but you need also to take care of them. So there is a number of activities that need to be done around so that the tree can just survive. And we also we want to empower farmers so that they can start to, for the sustainability, to start enterprise that are in climate smart agriculture, sustainable agriculture, climate resilience enterprise, like people who are just bring, let me say, breeding enterprise that can just produce agroforestry. People can just where people who can bring breeding enterprise that can sell like solar pumps. All those practices so that if the community is adopting those practices, it needs also to have, let me say, the provision of the material that are going with the same practice. So, then on the level of output, so those were outcome. So we say we are going to, I know there are other outputs that may be on this one, but we just only tackle the two for each outcome. So we say to be able to increase farmers' knowledge in climate smart agriculture, we just see a number of farmers that complete the capacity building program on climate smart agriculture. So we didn't want to do the capacity building training, but we wanted to think about a kind of program, because sometimes you train people on climate smart practice, you give them material, but if you don't accompany them or you don't put a demo sites and show what the impact is bringing to the community, so there will be no adoption. So there are also a number of, that activity that is going to contribute to this outcome. So this one also is going to contribute to the adoption of those practices. So we say, okay, the percentage, we said that the improved sustainable farming productivity. Here we didn't want to measure like a kind of number of productivity, because it's really the yield, it's really difficult to measure the yield on each let me say type of crop. But we assume that if we increase the percentage of sustainable farming practices, then like if people are just able to deal in the community to deal with droughts or landslide on their fields, so the yield will be stable, so there will be no loss of their crops. So we say that we are tackling, because we are tackling the number of practice that will be increased because of our intervention, not the productivity in such. So that's the assumption. Then we say we see the expanded tree planting and agroforestry industry initiatives. The activity. Okay. Don't have enough time. Sorry? Which one? About the engagement. What is the engagement? No, go down. Yeah. Because the youth, actually, this is why we were still working from the beginning. It was just the road plan we wanted to change, because we didn't want to tackle on youth. Because from the beginning, it was written the community groups. But yeah, So that's why you see the new activity, but we wanted to be a general, so that
Be constructive.
yeah, be constructive. So maybe not, yeah, we're still working on this activity because we need to really forget from the guidance and also the integration of other groups. We just found some of the activity were not formulated.
Okay.
So we are not there. Then we didn't work on it because we wanted to have all the activity first, finish them. Then
So you happen to work with,
actually, it's still, yeah.
oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you.
How come? Okay. This week, I saw your signing. Just says you need to work on this and then submit this by starts by Tuesday, so that they have the time. Tuesday. Everyone will work, every group will work on this. But 6 months. Okay, we'll decide after the conversation about this. Okay, now. So a question. Very quick one. Okay, there is where he explained that for improved sustainable farming productivity, you say you have not provided the way to measure it, but there is a common way of measuring productivity. They produce per hectare. We need to come up with that. This is the only way to measure it. Instead of just counting number of sustainable agricultural practices. That's, I don't think, I'm not an agricultural specialist, but yield, they have to measure the yield. Productivity per hectare.
Yeah.
I think the information
there is also reports on that.
Yeah, there are reports for that. So you need to just
Yeah.
And the same comment applies to you for sure. Okay. I think the issue when you were like last week, when you were saying you're setting your expectation, that's good. But I was thinking, I had many things in my mind because by nature, I prefer just giving much more. And then when I also give myself a one, I do give myself a complex one. The instruction I did was so complex to the extent that I was about to drop. By the problem, because I had informed the others that I had started doing my PhD, this is what prevented me from dropping. Just without informing people. But unfortunately, I had informed people because I have an issue to do with the IT, developing like those spot storage, capacity ecosystem. So those things are complicated now. So now I'm just telling this story just to justify what I'm going to tell. Not for free. Not for free. No, it's not for free. This course is one day reduction, but I wish, but unfortunately, I can't deliver project management. I can't, if they propose me to provide the training project management, they won't. Because I'm a plant-centered person. I know the surrounding of monetary evolution and explore. That's what I'm different. But for sure, I remember I covered the theory of change. Oh, I went to result framework, but I was just paving my way to logical framework and then to go or to enter in my domain. which is what the function. And now, I still see some imperfection. Because when you be agree, that's common for everyone. I may also do the same with the because I'm not project manager. I'm saying I'm not able at this time to be able to train people on project management. For the reason I explained, not for free again. When you say income, impact, improved sustainable agriculture. Can come again. Improve sustainable agriculture, the climate resilience practices. Someone will come and say, this is not impact. If you target, you aim at having the practices, maybe there is another step ahead. After practice, what happens? When you are hungry, you are thirsty, you go there and you fetch water. That's the practices. But then the result is to be well off. This is the society goal. This is what we are aiming ultimate goal. Yes. Yes. So I remember with no, it's not the issue for everyone. It can also be an issue. As I'm not project manager. Yes. That's what I say. If our research framework was at the decision level, we should not be suffering from those need to improve elements. If you have that ultimate goal, and then in here we start now seeing our project where it enters. So, but now since we are not changing anything, this will continue until the end. But when you have a management, project management training, you'll be perfect. You bringing more perfection on impact. Maybe I'm downsizing myself, but that's the reality. Because I'm not training project management. But whatever is here above, it's okay. It's okay. So for me, I would have like this impact or go the way it should be at the organization level, and then we go down. I see myself until I have this because outcome I don't have any issue with the outcome. But with the impact, there is not an issue. So that's the common comment. The productivity, it's okay. Yes. Any other comment? Not confusing. Maybe I confuse yourself. No,
Already you comment on that impact. What if we remove, we kind of remove that we say improve sustainable agriculture and climate resilience among. So does it become the very impact?
Population through agriculture, smart, whatever kind of change things that would make more sense. Because the end result of everything you have here, being attending school, going to fetch water, going to fish, it's just to be well, to improve our livelihood. So this brings us to right. Okay, I suppose I'm not confusing. No, we should not be confused because the only issue for some even if you correct that, you'll be there. So we come at 203. 05. That's a kind of interpretation. No. Yes, please bring, no, be and come with the food, come food. Energy. If not, you will help us to repeat. Please go, please go, please go. The data, you like data. Actually, we have more than one sheet with data, and then we'll be completing the remaining sheets. So this will not be as tough as the previous part. Maybe you can now open the Excel for people to really understand. Okay. So we completed the notification framework, indicator reference, evaluation plan, risk. And then we go for data one. Data one. No, not this. Next, yeah, yes. Okay. When I'm training, I'm aware that some people have a phobia of that. But the advice, a piece of advice I give them is that don't worry. That cannot be. So because data is a light flag of evidence-based decision making. Right? Yes. Because you cannot pretend to have evidence with why you don't have that. Or you don't, why you didn't extract that. So here, the first thing to do in the presence of that is just to glance at it. Glance like open, and then you do this. When you do this, you don't stare at one column. You just do like this. How many columns do we have with that? That's the first thing to start with. You can open the sheet in your computer, click on this. Yes. How many columns? Here, participants. Here, colleagues. Is it 12? Is it 12? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, there is 8. There is also 8. There is a hidden 8. Yeah, wait. So actually, you have hidden some information. I can't hide it from you because you have seen it. Okay. So we have more than 8 columns. For some people may think this is a complex data sheet. No, it's not. Data set. It's not. But let us look at the column A. What do you think column A is? Of what? Household. Is it household or is it human head? Aha. It should be it's household. This our exponent was household. That means this is the data collected over households. When you question, you collect the data from household. Whom you interact with? Oh, family? Family? What if I say household representative?
Yeah.
Because if the head of the male is not there, you can use the question with the female. If not, you can. There are also children child-headed household. Yeah, female-headed household. So what I know from this data is that I collected the data from the households. So the information is specific for a household number 15. The same case applies to them. How many households have I questioned? Interacted. 300. 300. There are people who are now saying that. How do you know it? Okay. That's a number. No, if it were like 3,000, how can you know that? No, can you position? Can you position your cursor to household ID? Household ID. There. Row number 1. Cell, the first cell. Okay. How do you know the number of rows? Just position your cursor there and let it do 300. Right? You do what? You do what? I'm studying. Like this. How did you do that? No.
Yeah.
No. There are several ways to do this. If you just position your cursor to A, everything is selected. And then you see the count. And the count. Position it to A. Count. And then you see count. But now count here we have include -1. Not necessarily -1. If you have like this head is up head. Yes, minus. And now, if you can do that, use the key. Numbers are flat. No. Now we collected, we respond to one to the first question. How many respondents did I interact with? 300. We have already responded to one question. And this is what you need to be doing every time. Okay? Question. The second question was yes. Okay. Oh, they are not there. All right, they are not there. Okay. So, people, how are you doing? So we have opened a data sheet and we are now exploring it because the first thing to do with the data set is to understand. Before you do anything with that, you need to understand the data. So we've realized that this data contains 10 or 11 columns. Please, attention. Because what I'm now talking about, those are the critical issues. So I need your attention. So now, what we realize the first is that we collect the data over households. And then, how many households were there? 300. How do you know that? You just position your cursor to the level of the letter representing the level of the column. Then you have everything. We just what do we do? We just remove the number of labels, the titles. Okay. There's another thing. Do you know how to select the data? Yeah. Select the shortcut in the corner. Okay. When I select even with the where the data is not. Okay. You position your cursor inside the table, and then you click Control A. And that's all. But when you have some missing function, like row, you need to do that twice. But I'm not teaching those things. I will just explore it better. But I do this because it is faster to do. The other thing, that's the way to do that. But if you want to select, like from here, from H1, position your cursor there. Position your cursor to H1, where you need to be counting from. And then click Shift arrow down.
Control Shift down.
Shift.
Control Shift down.
Yes. Control Shift downward arrow. No. You position in the H.
Yeah, I did.
No. Select the H and yeah, from there. Yes. Have you seen? You have count. The arrow that goes down. You just we say, Mado was not here. That is, there's nothing simple that because from the first side, we've learned that we are dealing with the 300 households. And now the question was, what was the information collected over those households? That's all. The first thing to do is that this variation, forget about that. Just explore. What is it about? That's the only thing you need to be knowing. Now, I know that the data was collected over households. And now, what was the information? I need someone to respond. Hey, why my difficulties? So, what was the information you collected? The first thing is, how do you know? How do you come to know it? that means that whatever is the names of things means the information. In other words, linking to what we just covered last time, those are okay. This was the translation of the questions. We those are reflecting, in other words, but those are variables. Are you still saying data is complicated? How complicated? Why you know water access? It is reflecting the reality. Gender. Why? Don't you like that?
How would you know? No, I just want to know.
Does
it contribute?
The next question. The first question was to know the subject, where the subject of the study, where to correct the data from, what was the data corrected, the third one, why. Let us go through and then we get there. So now the first thing is before there is another question.
Yeah. Thank you. It goes to how you indicated house code.
How
you indicated house code. Now the fact here is that you are evaluating water access. It can be easy to evaluate the access. I mean, families accessing water, but now which brought you to use household as an example here. Now my question is, what if we are evaluating a project related to the access to justice? How would we get into?
Good question. We are heading to there. Here we are still understanding. Maybe you are head of all of us. Yeah. That's very good. So this guy is an expert in data management. Yeah, because he's like at level 10, why we are still at level 1. So others are not yet there. For sure, we'll be questioning this and that. Yes.
May I say something?
I will
simplify. Right?
Are you responding?
Yeah.
No, don't respond.
Just simplifying the way, maybe the way I see.
Yeah.
Particularly when I see this table, I just see on the table, as you say, 300 household. That's something. Smart, but also the indicator, the column, details the translation of question that's been asked.
That's true. That's true. Those are translation of the question. Because we asked to know the district of origin. The district of origin was good enough. How many districts are we dealing with in this data set? One. Nyamasheti. Sector, there may be many. We don't know how many. But if you want also to know if you want to know the sectors, there is a formula in Excel. People can just do it very quickly. But you are still exploring. I want just to remove any here. I'm the one. If you check my list, wherever you enter, see that. I'm contributing to statistical literacy, and everyone should be using that knowledge. I don't know using it without knowledge. You need to use it knowingly. Yeah. Okay. At least that to be okay. So sectors at this time I cannot know because there are some repeating and not repeating. They say I can do it, but we're not yet there. The other, the month, the data was correct. But there is what is missing. They don't specify which day. But so maybe they are now interested in having monthly information. So my question, you in your life, you are just exploring the data that you have. So you all just be let me say Is there any data management, data analyst here? Or you want to take the questions? Here? Okay. Now, you don't respond. But it seems to have your attention. Water access. There is represented by 0 to 1. Are we computing? Are we what? 0 to 1 in what time?
Yes.
What number would represent maybe yes? Zero, they raise their hands. If it's 0, it presents yes. 0, yes. If it's 0, it presents yes. Yes, raise. If it's 0, it presents no. Okay. I go for those who are in the middle. Yes. Okay, now that's true. 0 represents no. 1 represents yes. That's a formation. Okay. This is
That's what, yeah. From this, we are just making assumptions that we already know the coding of household and whatever the coding of yes or no. So we cannot, I'm talking about that because we cannot know what that means if you don't have a dictionary that's explaining this. Because we need, from this one, we need also what we call a metadata to explain what those activities mean.
Exactly. We need to be having data dictionary, but conventionally, 0 represents, yes, is represented by 1. Or if no one says anything, yes, yeah, you are right. But conventionally, we have 1 for yes and 0 for no. So this is an improved. If this is an improved water access, you know that okay, we should be also having the data reference. That's true.
Someone doesn't say
Basic value, there's nothing written in the same. Should be nothing. Neither 0, no 1.
This was it used to have access to
The same.
We are not part of it.
They don't need to.
So it depends on how to do the data. It depends on how you cook.
How you cook?
Yeah. So maybe in my case, what I'm dealing with, yes, no, and neutral. Depends on the phone.
It's okay. It's okay.
So we have to say 0.
The fact is, there should be a data book there or dictionary. It's not there. Suppose there is, but I'm not sure it's here. So here I'm saying 1 is yes, 0 is no. This is the point.
There is one where we saw that 0 is improved and 1 is improved. If I can see that without knowing the code, I can confirm that 0, when I'm tracking water access, I can say 0 is no, 1 is yes. When I need, there is
okay. This is not the how to explain that. In fact, the good example because they have data special here. That's good. So now, water access to clean water. Exactly, it should be access to clean water. How do you permit it? Because what it will be defining that, no, indicate. Now from your experience, how do you measure access to clean water? Being national, you have the 2050, you have SDGs, is where we find it. Less 500 meters. That's where from your home to waterway. To the source. To improve the oil and improve. Actually, we are saying access. Yes. Okay, let me see the best because I want to go for. So, natural, no, I did. There we need to have water in our compound. Yes? So, let's say we don't have it like the rural areas. They say, I think it's in our 2050, we have the national strategies. In the urban areas, should be within 200. In the rural, it's 500. But to improve the source of water. It's good for source of water, piped water, some of them they spring. But I wanted here to simplify things. The reason why you have water source type. Instead of just going into those details, simply we wrote improve or and improve. No, and improve or improve. Okay?
In rural, it's our.
Within 500 meters. In the urban area, should be within 200. Where are we now here? That kind of next one. I'm telling the truth. So we may maybe stop by there because you know everything. Now we have these things. Those are in which unit? You remember in the data sheet, we need to separate the units. Kilometers. Okay.
Use this one.
Hey, okay.
And project.
It's okay. Now, I don't see it. Today you see?
Yes.
But it's tiny. Do you see? It's tiny. Because I shared the screen. Can you use the one you have? Yes. I shared the screen. Or you share yours. Because, yes. Okay, in the kilometers, how will I know how should be, that provides that should be within 500 meters. And then here we're dealing with the kilometers. So you know, this column, the limit here, are we giving the access? No. How to bring all that?
So they are beyond the.
Yes, because we are dealing with kilometers. But what if we just no? Okay, it's okay. I will add there after. So, by definition, water access should be referred to what kind of data source and the distance. Yes, that's true. But I'll come back on that. Now, gender. The question: what about it? Why do you bring issues of gender? The one who responded. Because why? They were thinking maybe the answers may vary depending on the respondent. Your gender. No. I want to survive until 100.
At the end of your
I have not done anything. We are here to do everything. You will be the one to just to perform to make that case. The question was at the end of this study, I was able to realize that gender contributed to water access or not. That's what we mean. I said, I haven't done anything. Yes. No. So we are here to do it. Now, this was a female. The other one is male. Okay. Now, vulnerable group. We also include maybe access to water, maybe depending to the vulnerability of the head of the executive personnel. This is elderly. Or people with disabilities. Low income and none. None. Doesn't have any vulnerability. Okay? They are not used. What I like is that you just go faster. That's true. That's good. Let's go directly to this. Okay, they are considered, they can say the groups. And then the vulnerability was assessed at this level. Does this old man, old female have vulnerability? No. Disability. Sorry, disability. No.
The third one.
The third one. Yeah.
The third one.
Yeah.
What I like, I'm dealing with data analysis. There is something you have not discovered, which you should have raised. 30. I made it patient. There are so many questions, meaning that whenever you have data with you, don't pretend you have data with the source from the reading. The source, the data source, even if I don't know. Okay. That's number 3. What does that tell us? No, it's okay. We are still exploring. Why do you want to start analyzing when before time?
No, what time?
You are still good. Terminologies that are used in data analysis, but you are still exploring. But you are moving faster because you have already understood that which a good indicator to me that I'm interacting with the right people. Thank you. Now, I did some that is what I was going to have shared the data without moving some other things. I was checking this. Even this one. Why do you have this? Because this was not initially part of this, if you can see.
Yeah.
The same here.
Yeah.
The same here. So I was just manipulating that and then you come up somewhere you understand the reason why. But why do we have this? So is this important for us to use? Why?
Yes.
I asked the question, no one has responded, but now since we are here, is it okay to have this?
Yes.
Does this complement or complete or add all related to which column? Instead of just having in mind the facilitators, why the data definition provides meters, why can't we translate it with meters? And then we just apply Excel formula. What the answer is,
I'm just going to ask.
To me a favor, you would believe this and this. Can you please do this for me?
Before we delete, I would like to ask. Why do you have this? We don't know
exactly. I made a mistake and they put this. Would you please do me a favor? And then we delete this and delete it for
but for me, wondering how
we say we are giving this as an example, illustration. The normal data needs to have data dictionary that explains and shorten the variables. You may have the variables written before. And now what we have here is like what access. There's no clean work. And then I'm talking about the clean work. So because I don't have the dictionary here, that's the reason why I'm discussing them with you, explaining. Yes. And now this was not unless you don't trust me. I'm telling you that this from K to L was not part of this study. And then ask a favor, just to delete. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Well, okay. Delete this. Okay, if you don't, it's okay. No problem. Now, once you have glanced at the data, what questions do you have? Next question. What are the questions that came in your mind after you have just glanced at it? And now, which translation? Oh, they know here.
What do you mean by disability?
Disability. People with disability.
What about people with disability who have here in vulnerable community? And people who have enough disability and no, in vulnerable group, there are people with disability. In the big systems, they have a lot.
They have enough. They have enough. That's the question you should be asking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And now, because I cannot respond, I return the question to you. No, by the end of this session, by tonight, everyone will be looking for any data set, just to glance at it, and then to make that familiarity with that. That's the beauty of it. So when I have complex no, life brand, life brand of decision making. Yes, that's the question. I'm also wondering the same. Why? Vulnerable groups, people that have more chance of just thinking or behaving or having disability. There are elderly, those older people. There are people with disability. My expectation should be having yes here. Yes. And now what happened? We need to go back to go back to the tools that we used to when collecting data. Or someone who was seated in their household and then put that here. Do you still have a question? Someone maybe have seated there and then say, if this is not yes, this is no. If this is no, I leave it blank because he has not gone on the field. He has not even consulted here to make sure this is obvious that is yes should be here. So meaning that I like this. There is a question here.
Yeah, there's a question.
There is a question here.
It's not confusing.
Someone to compliment you. I know she's not convinced. She's not convinced.
You know, sometimes you put like two questions that's similar in a way of responding them to cross check if they, because you are sending enumerators to the field or what, but you don't know if really they go and correct what they are sitting. So you put like a checkup question, which is obvious. So normally, people with disability should be in the vulnerable group. People with disability should be, the status of disability should be yes.
Yes.
But if it's no, you already know that something happened to it, or maybe there is a mistake. If it's one, that should be a mistake. But if it's all over the data set, then there is a problem in the feeding the data sets. The way people have collected the data.
Okay. The question to you: do you think the error was made here or here, or both are possibilities?
Both are possibilities.
Okay, to complement what you say. Like here, yes, here and no, here no. If you go down, that's the line you should be with. Don't pretend you have hired experts in data selection and that, and then you feel comfortable receiving with both hands the result from them. That's the point I want to make. Noted?
Yes, noted.
Hey, don't ask the trainer as if he was the one who made the error. Yes.
There's an assumption that some of this type
Inform the concept. Inform the concept. Inform the concept. When you just approach them, ask, we'll be going to ask questions. Be comfortable. Whenever you're not comfortable, don't respond. You need to collect that confidence from him or her. But if she or he says no or yes, why physically? He's the one who responded to this. Oh, here responded in yes here. Here responded in here no. Is there any contradiction between the same individual? Maybe when you're explaining the rationale, the reason for your search, for your data collection exercise, you have not convinced them. So now, with the presence of issues, you start maybe building or improving the way you do business. Okay? But here, what to do with the presence of this issue? What do you do? What do you do in this situation? Yes.
So if you feel that there is that not adding up, you may do handshake and going up.
Handshake. Most of the cases, you have household number 2. Maybe what we don't have here, maybe there is a column of his phone number, or you may ask your field officer to go and locate the household and then ask again. The other thing, when you are collecting data, especially for those tools, platform like Coco Toolbox or Simplicity, you should be also taking geographical coordinates and then be able to locate the respondent. Are you okay now? This happens. You cannot prevent it from happening. That happens a lot. And then the bad thing of this, if you don't take this time to explore that, we are deciding upon using the same.
Okay. I just even want to make, so don't think I want to complicate things. Because this now we are asking people, if you are asking that question, depending if you are asking the question, are you living in vulnerable? Yeah, you feeling vulnerable. Then he told you, I live with disability. But if you are the one observing it, you may see I live with disability, but for me, I don't feel. And again, I'm also going to put it in one of the questions that sometimes confuse you in data set, because there are some people feel they are women while you see them as men. So transgender,
there is a how do you qualify it? There's another way.
Sexualities.
The sexual orientation.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if it's a matter of perception of the risk,
the data collected is true. Is true. That provides you a clear image.
Yeah.
That's number 1. Number 2, when you send people for that, don't sit there and then wait. For them to come back and enjoy.
Yeah. Interesting under.
Your question is.
Yeah. Interesting under vulnerable groups. It's supposed to be having children. Yeah. Because we have
children with as the head.
No, so the keyword here, the guy thing was the head of
household. Children who are head of household.
Yeah, if they were, they will be also there.
Yeah.
So the reason why we don't have them here, maybe. Okay, now when we come back to the question, I was expecting you having issues. And then surprisingly, you didn't show there are the progress. Here, consider the definition we just mentioned. Device is to make sure it makes sense. Let me first one, number one. Number one, okay, I translated the task into the task. What did I do? It was like taking 2 meters times 1,000. Everyone can see?
Yeah.
transitioning from kilometers to meters, you multiply by 1,000. This is what I have here. Now, the water is improved. The water source is improved, but it's located
In 1 kilometer of.
in 500 acres.
Yeah.
Do you have access?
No.
Because the indicator does not say either or.
Yeah.
It is both. It's or. Would it be classified as water or zero?
It's 1. If it was.
If it was either improved or within 500.
It's 1. They have access because it's within the distance. Okay. And it's
That's the exercise I will really show you. So now, what I did here, I thought it would kept it here, and then you refused to delete. I wanted. You did?
Yes.
So kind. Why? I know some have not. I did exactly here. That's because it's like, this is like a computed answer.
Yeah.
This is a computed because I use Excel formula to make sure that whatever source is improved and lying within 5 meters should be ranked here 1. Otherwise, 0.
So then
Now,
computation now, what I observe, there are some unimproved water source, and you are saying they have water access.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like this one. Let me check. This one.
Yeah.
No,
They cannot.
where? Like this one.
Yeah.
This one. This one is unimproved.
Yeah.
And it lies in 3 meters. And yet it is.
All access to water.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's not true. We have no true answers. Many not truths. You get that?
Yes.
So
this cannot make sense. The source is unimproved. So that's because we need to recompute. So when I put that in the
You see, so it was now we get to understand how we do it on the second. So you can look at this.
You have got this bit.
Yeah, it said that's it.
Nice. Okay, stand up. Yeah.
one good. I don't know what to explain about this. That's my mindfulness. There's everyone first come up. Come closer. Yeah. So we have the board, we have the yeah, it out. Yes. Suppose we have a race. If I take in your coffee, out. Yes. Are you ready? Someone does like this. No. You try to jump to the opposite one. 2. Yes? Okay. Are you ready? Yes. Out.
We are.
We need to compete where we start.
Okay. Now we are at the border. Yes? Yeah, out. Let's go in. Out. In. Out. In. In. Okay, okay, now, second rule. Second rule. If you move.
Just need to
Okay. In. Out, 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 stop. Out, out, jump, in, out, in, out, out. Okay, go to the class. Okay, good. I like to take the exam. So now, if we compute, you have can you use a separate column and if you compute? You will be using except formula that it will be if I know you just had the training to say if the water source is improved and the distance is no more than 5 meters, then into 1, or otherwise include 0. We have here, if here is improved, and here is less than 500, is no more than 500 meters, then it called 1, and then it put a 0 otherwise.
But you need to, if you are using 500, then you need to.
No, we have.
That's.
Yes. First of all, compute this one. Include the column of distance in meters. Yes, No, before you go to, you have a computer? I need to eat money. Okay, include the column of distance. This guy still have why do you want to do that? Okay, after this, remove the distance in meters. In meters. Yeah. So we draw on the column, distance in meters. Here. Here. After having you have the distance in meters. What will you take? You will take, okay, for the Excel formula, you start with plus or equal. That's it. Are you there? Online group. Here we have for sheet column, we have distance kilometers. So we need to convert them into meters. So we put the column of distance in meters. So have you included equal? Include the equal. Select the cell you want, which cell will it be G1, G2?
G2.
Yes, like this one.
India conflicting us.
Indeed. So, like this one, G2 times how much you are on it? There you are. You see? Yeah. Wait, no, this one is not present. G2 times 1,000. What we are doing? Okay, everyone is there and it's 1,000. Okay. How do you produce? Yes. Yes, the position on the first slide, there is a very position the way that you have a plus, double click, the plus all cells. If you don't know, I don't know what to get. And on the edge, the right side there is a plus. Double click on Are you everybody there? Yes. Now you have a distance in. You have a distance in meters. And now we are going to compute water access codes. What formula are we going to use? Which one? You want to use? No. Okay. You are going to use if because you have the two conditions. This and so you go for the other column. And then you computed water access. Call it the computed water leak. REC. Okay, good. Hey, welcome. Yes, okay, okay. Yes, the other one is a distance in meters. What I did, I just placed here plus, and then select kilometer. Can you see it? Times 1,000, and then I have this one. After having this one, I position it there. Here, can you see it here? The plus sign. Double click. Every cell is now completed. Okay, I have everything here. You can see. You need to check, just to glance, as I said. Yeah. When I see there, I can see many households are getting water. The access is within more than 500, but good enough. I can see 110, 110. I can have a 2,230. I can have 290. So meaning that at least there are very few who are accessing data within the stated limit. So now, recomputed water access. This is the way I frame it, but you can write it in full. There's no one, but better just to have abbreviation which can be understandable. So now, what do I do? So let me check. Let me show you the formulas. Formulas maybe to understand for those who may. Okay, let me write here. Formulas, formula texts. If you want to see the formula that was used, I just see here. So now water access. That's the formula I used. I was showing you the formula I used. So I do this. If and do you know if and someone has attended a you know abuse the if and why and because you're opposing to yes. If I know that it's if you can do it very quickly. But now if I bring ifs, I don't want because ifs don't have just insights. I want just to show yes. Ifs can do it. If you have more than two than one conditions. Okay. Logical one. Logical one is water source, which is F1. F1. Because we need to ask if here is improve the source. It's a good candidate that the water access will be is 1. Okay? F1 is equal. Equal to what? Have you done? Someone has done it. I don't want to show you everything. So we want to tell the question that if this is equal to improve, and then you would use this because you have presented this. And this is not more than 500. Not more, what does that mean? It means it is equal or less. I want to have someone who has I want to see this. I want something. No statistician, no Excel expert. Everyone has deleted it. Someone perform that. Okay, try your best. So the one who will get it, the final mark +2. This is one. Okay, you don't know that. We want to tell the computer that if for water source it is important, And for distance meters, it is no more than 500, and the code 1. Otherwise, the code you may use the if and cheat wherever you want. You may cheat. You are allowed to cheat. Online, someone has got it. If water source, I say if and the starting with this term, F2 is equal to improved, and distance is equal or less than 500. I give you like additional piece of information. Then we code 1. Otherwise, we code 0. Okay? Okay, one got it. But I will show you how to perform it. Even for those complicated you don't know about. There's no need to have one good thing. When you have internet connection. Okay, only one. So you will have two plus. Okay, look at here.
So you repeat. If the distance.
If the water source
is
improved, and distance meters is no more than 500 meters, then record the water access equals to 1, or otherwise 0. Okay. Accept the failure. To only one person. Whenever we do it themselves, there's no more chance. What chance lies within 5 periods? Those are the things should be doing. But I'm now giving the link to do other things because it will not always be the same. You may. Supported. This is that. Okay. Somebody to come and explain. You got credit. Come and they in the what they are doing. Okay. Attention, please. Okay. But I gave you a hint here. Have you seen here? Why codes? If I say no more than 500, no more than 500, what does that mean? That's not mean less. It means less or equal. It's actually correct.
It's not correct. Not correct.
Have you seen? It's not correct.
Improved. Yeah, D.
Have you seen? There was an error.
You wrote it, improve, not improved.
Improve go back with the initial number that was there. Okay, this is the hint. What to chat GPT. Write the text. Give me the formula that is times the value of 1 or 0 when this happens and this happens. If you give the formula, then apply that. What you do is just replace the sets. There's nothing to just memorize. No, they changed the number, the value of them. No, there was 0 has, but we changed the value. Oh, have you seen what it is? He said the error. The error is saying improve. Improved. Okay. Okay, now it's okay. You can see, okay, to see it, how can I make sure that there are 0 and 1? I can quickly highlight the values with 1. How to do it? Conditional formatting. You can just go for conditional formatting and then you have conditional formatting, and then highlight cells with equals to 1. And then highlight them in green. Where is green? Okay, just go there. Or is it 0? Why? Why this? I can't have this one. Huh? Oh, I can filter. Filter it gives you. I wanted just to use conditional formatting. Okay, if you want to filter, that's simple. But this is not what I wanted. I just go here and select. I see areas of 1. There are there. How many ones? I have 8. We have 8 cases where we have access to clean water. But initially we have more than that. Meaning we sometimes we want to accept the things as they are. We need to check. Okay? Now, how can I know the formula I can use? If, for instance, online, are you okay? Online. Okay. Okay. So how do we get to know the formula to use? Because you may not be expert in Excel. You just go to ChatGPT. What the text? It proposes you the formula. You apply the formula. Do you want to see it? You want to see it? Yeah. Okay. For instance, I want to change. Instead of and, I want to be or, either or. So I go to ChatGPT. Where is ChatGPT? Open. Huh? Close.
Can I trust? See, chat say. Okay. Propose. Okay. Propose Excel formula to turn the value of one or one when improved source when the source, the water source is from improved water source, or the source is 5. Have you seen? It will post me.
One on one. Yeah, one on one. Okay.
I copy this. Imagine it gave me the information into it went into details, which is okay. That's what I say. Instead of going for borehole on the other things, I prefer to write improved. Okay, I copy this. I copy, and then you go for Excel. In the Excel, here, water access 2. Look at here. I just place here, copy. And then when I copy, it's not the end of the journey. I need, because I don't have a borehole and all of that, A2. A2 is not the one that I'm using. Instead of A2 it states district. It's not the one. So I need to change A2 into F2. It is actually F2. I changed the formula here. F. But now borehole, I don't have them, but I prefer now to write improved. There it is improved. Or distance. Distance is which column? It is H. It is H. H is what? They say less or equal. Less or equal 500. And then which one? Oh, I need to close here. Okay. If I made it by wrongly, it proposes me. Yeah, it closes itself. Yes. So I have that one. So now this now turns to B1. Have you seen? Yes. It turns to B1. And then I have more ones because I just softened the conditions. Because they say all. If you all, it's either this or this. But if and so you like you include both. Yes, you include both. Either this or that. Anyone okay? So if you don't know or don't before the formula, go to ChatGPT and then ask for the way you understand. Yes. So, your question, can you do an Excel formula to account
How many disability persons? How many disability respondents? Or how many people responded? Who responded to have actually the disability? You want no, there we have not, we need to investigate. We need to investigate currently without correcting this one. How many people who responded to have disability? How many yeses in this one? Is it there any condition? Ask the ChatGPT. I don't know. I want to know the number. If you sort, you will be using more time. You want to be as efficient as not time you don't have. Count? 85. How can yes, I'm going to pick 1.1. Yeah. 85. You 85. 1.1. 1.1. Yes. It's 1.1. What's one? Yeah. Only 3. 85. Yes. It's economic case. Eh? Oh, you can come to here? No, I want it here. Come there. Yes, here. So someone to come and then I want someone to come and ask the ChatGPT for us to see, because we may not remember how to do it. My purpose is just to show you how we can just try to not to influence. You don't need to ask when you are facing, when you don't want to how do you ask? You are hungry. You want to go down. How do you do it? You ask someone, please. The sense wow. No. Oh, come here, come. You do it. I know you do it. Come. So, come here. This is the column we are referring to. There is the column is completed with yes and no. So what do you want to get? You want to count number of yes, and yet you have no and yes. So what are you telling the computer, the ChatGPT? You are saying, I have a no and yes answers, and then I want to count the number of yeses using Excel formula. You receive the answer. The filter, you are and then you filter and then you count. If you have 10,000 of that, will you do that? No, do the same. You're corrected. Go back there and then tell the story as I told you. Don't remember. Just tell the computer that I have this. I have yes and no. And then I want to count the number of yes. Can you give me Excel formula? Simply. How many yeses? 1 for 1. Which formula did you use? Why count it? Because we're in the presence of more than one thing. You just to tell the computer if it sees for every yes, count. If you know yes, not count. So if you come here, it says you count. It's like a tolling. You know tolling?
But it's not
statistics.
asking the formula and coming, why you can just filter and then if you pick yes.
Which filter with the presence of 1 million transactions? Will you count?
No,
Okay,
don't count.
You just select, you take them. But selecting more than 2 pages. Okay, unless you use the shift,
You should control them.
yes. But we need also to use the
one
one action, and then you have. That's the reason why I just taught you control shift down an arrow. Okay. But, okay, 11. It's okay. Are you getting some new things? Okay. There is another data. And there's that I presume that we understood the past data set. But also, we recognize that there are problems, issues. But we corrected the issue with the access. But there was not corrected issue with disability. Okay? Yes. But we gave you advice how to do it. Just to ask someone in the field. Yes? Or to redo it. So now data set. Second data set. What is it about? The second one. What is it about? What is it about? Online. Online, they are not responding. What is it about? So here is, don't do that, please. Exists. So it's now making it hard. And yeah, we will find the window. Okay, what is it about? It's about system. System what? Water system. Water system. What do you mean by water system? What? Online, they were discussing this one time. It's like when you have like a system, like a water distribution within that region can be positioned as a system. Now we have here in the chart we have a system. System 1, system 2. In the chart we have 2 systems. There are 2 attraction of water. And this was presented in the month of January. But here, the first chart was not functional. The time of visit in Europe was not functional. But in April here, at least here, it was functional. You are right. Initially, you go there, it was not functional. Then, your device, I don't know, or maybe in the January we're correcting the basic information, I don't know. But what I can see here, in April, it was functional.
The same, it's not the same, it's the same sector. So it's maybe one system is functioning.
Okay. Okay, it was that's 2 separate.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sometimes it's afternoon. It's not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same system.
But here, okay, it's okay. So that one, it's the system 1 is not functional, but here system is functional. It was visited in April, and it is facing downtime maintenance. No, downtime whatever. No, downtime what? Days. So when it is, what do you mean by downtime?
It means that those 12 days at the time the system is not functioning.
It don't function. Yes, it is down.
It is down.
It is down. Maintenance, it was maintained. Yes. Initially it was this, but now it is maintained. That's the status. And how many users served? 400. So basically, that data one, it was the data that is there just showing the water access. And now, during the implementation, we have this data. It helps you to know the link between them. So now, with those data, which will be, I think I want some people, I want you to just work on this during the coming week. But first, we need to complete the work that we can be growing. Secondly, you need to come back on those two data sets. Familiarize yourself with them. Try to manipulate and then do anything you think. But to do it, you may ask ChatGPT or colleagues. So, for instance, go to tab number one. Okay, tab one to me. Tab number one, it has dashboard. Dashboard. Here, what I did here is like, I was not even thinking. I just did for the check of something here. Dashboard, it's not Excel dashboard. It's not okay. You can do Excel dashboard, but it's purely manual. There are the other substitutes platform like the Power BI, Tableau, but this one is not.
It's in Excel. There is no way to automate link.
You can automate this one because if you change something, then you can but refresh.
Oh,
yes, you can refresh. It's like, this is the result of a pivot table. So you just try to ask the computer or ChatGPT, how can I make dashboard using Excel? Okay? Do it. If you face an issue, ask your colleague or ask me. Unfortunately, I'm not. I don't know whether using the all. And then here I populated how many charts. Okay, those I was organizing those, but really I didn't take time to think through. I wanted just to see the way I can just organize my figures there. So otherwise, you will be populating information, responding, indicating your performance. This is lots of things in the district of memberships. So this is the work in progress. I will count on this. Your effort to have tried, to have shown something, I will count as part of the final evaluation. Yes. You may ask your colleague, you may ask ChatGPT as proposal. You will delete all those things here. Start from afresh. Okay? Yes. I think that makes the end of today's or this weekend sessions. Thank you for having contributed. I know it requires a lot of your energy. And then those complicated questions, the fear, the data copy, I think it's no more there. Do you still have copy for data? Yes? No. Do you still have copy? You don't have. Or you, if you want to do that. Do you feel this fear what was data? You should not be. But today, but Saturday, we did it just action, extend, or the other. No problem. So unless you have, but my question, for those who are requested to have practicals, are we there or are we here? You are here. Come again. We are there, or we are here to be there.
We are there. We are there.
No. We are there, or are we here to be there? You are already there. Thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure. Now, you have seen a lot of progress. Someone says there's no practice. Okay, well, say that, but I will ask people besides to specify. Okay, I may not be going there where you expect. I'll try my best. With the help of my phone, I call facilitators. Thank you. Facilitators, especially you've been there like something. I expected to you a lot. So otherwise, have a good weekend. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
The rest.